After a brief stay at the Event 6 final table and a cruel runner-up finish to Tony Gregg in Event 7, Darren Elias is back at his third straight FT of the 26th PokerGO Cup. Will the third time be the charm? He'll have to contend with the likes of Lucky Chewy, Event 2 winner Filipp Khavin, and Event 6 fourth place finisher Nick Seward. The final table of Event 8 begins right now. Welcome one and all once more inside the friendly confines of the PokerGO studio here at Aria Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of the 2026 PokerGO Cup. Event number 8, yet another $10,000 no-limit hold'em final table, and yet another appearance for that man, Darren Elias. Ali Najad alongside Brent Hanks at the controls, but certainly the story today will be Elias and whether or not he can make a run at the overall series championship. Coveted first place points on the line. He's gonna bring the chip lead and 2.7 million into the affair. As you get a look at the overall series standings, Brock Wilson, 430 points, courtesy predominantly of 2 victories already, trying to stay on top. Elias is gonna have something to say about it. Good runway between he and Lucky Chewy as 5 players hold 7-figure stacks, and Jeremy Becker brings up the rear with 15 big blinds. 70 entries in this one, 10 places paid as per usual. John Reardon on the outside of this one looking in. 38.5 on tap, 14K the ladder between 6th and 5th. And yet again, another $200,000 plus payday awaiting our eventual champion. Level 18 is where we resume. 25, 50, and 50. $1.25 per orbit, the price of poker. And Brent, you know him, you love him, the big brisket, looking to grill up the competition here today.
Darren Elias needs to finish first or second in this event, Ali. 3 straight final tables. You had to look at the top 5 on the leaderboard for the Cup. Elias' name was not there. He is 6th, might I point out. But with a first or a second place, he can comfortably jump all the way up into the second place standings, just behind Brock the Brain Wilson.
You forgot all about it.
I was just thinking back because you had a lot more going.
Minimum of 6th if he busts here on the overall leaderboard, but obviously with 2.7 million in front of him, nobody's betting against that man sealing the deal. He's a closer, cemented his legacy over on the World Poker Tour many moons ago in the earlier part of his career, and here he is cementing a dominant 9, but unfortunately, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, who defended his big against the Min-Rays Open, has outflopped mightily. Follow through here on the dry texture from Elias.
Understandable, of course, for Elias, and this is, as we can see, very unfortunate for our chip leader. Severely outflopped.
Chewy content to take it easy here. He is the second place stack, and being to the direct right of the boss stack always presents challenges, and when the man presiding over said stack is Elias, the challenges only grow stronger. Of course, this King 9 is going to have some real challenges winning this pot. Undaunted, though, Elias barrels once more. 400 is meaty.
Yeah, he is hoping to target what could be a 6. And all of the floats that Lucky Chewy may have had, but as we can see, this is never folding out top pair. I can't fathom Andrew Lichtenberger throwing this queen into the muck. It's not comfortable, I'll tell you that right now. pressure, you're second in chips. You don't want to give away your sort of your security, that money on the line, knowing you're second in chips. Oh boy, I thought he said fold, but it
did
was
sound
call.
that way.
Yeah,
Just too much hand on this board texture. Uncomfortable, of course, is Chewy. That running 8 doesn't really change a whole lot. We don't expect there to be an 8 in Elias's hand as played.
this would be pretty insane if Elias decides to pull the trigger. When you've been called twice, it's quite clear.
South of 1 SPR effective here. Chewy sitting 1.1, 1.25 roughly in the pot, but no pile driver issued. And Elias does not start this final table the way he would have hoped, already conceding the chip lead to Andrew.
Still plenty of depth for Big Brisket. More than 40 bigs, but yeah, right away, our new chip leader, Lucky Chewy.
Looking at Chewy's career, 38 years of age. He was such a young buck when he first came onto the scene. Has been playing a good long while now. 256 cashes, 24 million plus in career tournament earnings. Very zen-like in his procedures.
The Yoda of poker.
Fair. Into yoga, hiking, rock climbing, which he does with Stephen Chidwick. Likes to do a little bit of traveling. Becker with the suited ace. A little chatter. Back around to Chewy's small blind. 5-3 suited, not a qualifier. Raise and
Maybe I
take
should have
there.
win.
I don't know. You didn't want me in with that hand, though.
No, I wanted whoever in that hand. I wouldn't bullshit.
I was. No, I was too live.
It was
No,
ace-6, not ace-8.
I'm willing to take my chances with what I just had.
All right.
29 years of age is Jeremy Becker, by the way, just shy of $5 million in career tournament earnings. And he really took the breath of Sin City away, courtesy of an extraordinary run that he had at the Win in a whole lot of their just regular tournaments that they hold.
Yeah, the
he
dailies.
won just multiple of them, strung them together in like a month. And people began to question whether or not something was afoot. But now it's come to light that the kid's just talented, bro.
He won everything, man. These $200 events, the dailies, the nightlies.
Looking for a W is Ben Grice. First opportunity to call the Indianapolis native's name, 42-year-old. Went to Ball State University. Real estate investor by trade. $1.25 million in career tournament earnings. Ben buys indiehouses.com. If you're looking to offload your house, look no further in the Indianapolis area. 8-5-3 Rainbow. Becker defending with the ace. Both players coming up empty on this texture.
Now, Ali, you're, again, the very wise one in the booth. Ball State, is that an Indiana product as far as universities?
You know, I haven't clocked the geography on Ball State. It feels right.
Yeah. Very familiar myself with Purdue. Of course, IU, Notre Dame, Butler.
Sure.
Ball State, however, heard of the program, D1. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
You know, you don't need to really, you don't need to do that.
This is
It's
a very important question. Must be
it's
answered.
not, you know, it just actually can just go into the ether quietly. Much like I would imagine this A7 might in the face of added aggression here from Ben, but versus the big blind defense range, this board texture obviously creates some apprehension, and you see him check back and find a queen on the end for a winner. So Becker likely to check.
One would think.
Just cheap showdown hunt. Feels like apropos of the situation. He's looking down at his chips, though.
Sort of betting may have the ability to fold out better ace highs, but we'll see.
Maybe some of the under pairs to the 8s that haven't flopped a set also could be on his mind. Obviously, he interferes with that 7, but interestingly, he could take a cheap shot.
He's really in the tank.
Yeah, and by the way, careful wading deep into said tanks, because those time extensions aren't going to be replenished at any point from here on out, and this 205 can be kissed goodbye.
Yeah, adios.
You win?
You win declared. Yes, I do, says Ben. Snacking on that pot, which just sends Becker further down the leaderboard. 530K in the aftermath, that 10 big blind threshold. Not where you want to find yourself, especially when you have so much poker talent post-flop. Single decision point poker, not where you want to be.
Is that an Indy 500 hat, I think, too, Ollie?
Didn't clock it.
You familiar with the Indy 500?
Yeah, come
You ever
on,
heard
I'm
of
a
that?
huge motorsport guy, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I know you have
I mean,
really
Formula
nice
1,
cars, but
yeah.
I know you followed, you know.
Oh, I track my cars.
Are you a NASCAR guy?
That's no. that's the motorsport. I'm too prissy for NASCAR, man.
Oh, right, so there's
I
like,
can't, you know, I don't want to trade paint. I don't want to, you know, no keg stands in the pit.
now that's my kind of thing.
Let's see.
I'm a NASCAR. Well, I
Right.
don't really know much
You know,
about it.
metaphorically speaking, and,
Yeah.
and, you know, pardon this because we do have developments here as Chewy applies
Yes.
the third scoop to Ben, who has an ace-9 suited. Nick Seward's ace-4 suited withers promptly. Metaphorically speaking, I would say one could really liken our dynamic in the booth to you being more NASCAR
Yes.
and me being more Formula 1.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, you know what? So will I. It does. I think there is something distastefully self-aggrandizing about me
More of a
saying that.
blue-collar guy myself,
Yeah.
more of a
Yeah.
bougie sort of.
Very bougie.
Yeah.
I own it. As Grice keeps ownership of his ace-9. Unpleasant is this board texture for that club ace-9. Knuckles over to the Broadway gutter. When we 3-bet and the opponent remains intact, obviously, that queen-jack suited combination with no heart in our hand is troublesome. Chewy is going to check back, take the turn, which brings a second tone to the board.
Very methodical is Chewy.
And the methodology dictates the delayed c-bet. 180. Note that he keeps it inexpensive. Didn't bring a machete where a penknife will do. As he stabs and takes it. Expect no less from Lucky Chewy. Such a fixture when it comes to local, I want to say high stakes tournaments. You know, 10K these days, for some reason, isn't necessarily regarded as high stakes, but more typical stakes for a man from Northport, New York. Holistic poker coach. Brent, what do you suppose that entails? Some
Probably a lot of reefer.
essential oils,
Yeah.
maybe.
Nag champa.
Mantras.
Yes.
Ashwagandha.
Yeah.
Pocket jacks here for Elias. No takers. I've long wondered if perhaps Elias isn't keeping some sort of aromatics in that left sleeve of his, which he can often be found placing over his mouth and nose in the midst of a hand. Have you ever clocked that?
Well, no, I don't know what aeronautics. Is that what you said?
Aeronautics are different aromatics.
Aromatics?
You do know what that is.
I do?
You know, it's crazy. Maybe you don't. The root word is aroma.
Oh, there it is.
There, now
Yeah.
you click.
Yeah.
I wish everyone could have seen that.
Yeah, it's a lovely
that
city in
synaptic connection.
Chicago.
Yeah.
The North Face brand, however, I've known Darren, I've played with Darren for a number of years. He almost always, look back at photos 10 years ago. Tell me what type of jacket you have discovered.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
The North Face.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Nothing wrong with this King Jack suited. First involvement for Filipp Khavin. He's performing well against Ben Grice, who also climbs aboard. Elias with company, as both blinds want to see three. And those three are Queen, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow, second pair, and the open ender. That's the developments for the opposition. Unfortunately for Elias, heart-free environment. No ace, no trade to speak of, and presumably no reason to bet. Now a wheel draw suddenly for Elias. The 5 would catch everybody off guard. Khavin still not comfortable enough to barrel. Chewy not involved in this particular pot, but eventually I assume
Yeah, but I like looking at them.
the control room will have that dawn on them. Or not. we're on Grice, guys.
That's okay.
Let's,
Yeah.
ready 4, take 4.
Right.
No. There it is.
Yep. Now on Elias, what are we doing with the ace-3 in the bin? Concerned about Khavin.
Grice, by the way, activating for this 170. Not going to shed Khavin. See him dart a look over. Almost as though he was surprised to see the call, and even more surprised perhaps to get there, as that naughty ace gives King 10 the nuts. Luckily for Elias, he didn't peel, Brent, because he would be compelled to maybe pay off. It would depend, of course, on the sizing. With 690 out there now, let's see how tempting Grice wants to make it. $225. It does feel like it's not on the non-dairy side of the spectrum.
Yeah, awfully milky. I don't know. I guess sizing seems fine, but I would imagine that a lot of the hands you're trying to get called by, I mean, let's target ace-jack, they would, of course, call a larger bet, whereas this king-jack, Khavin does look curious.
Well, he's going to think about it here. We don't expect the queen necessarily to hunt value on the end. I suppose it's not impossible. Also, what would have bet the turn that contains an ace?
Could be missed spades that we're beating.
Yeah, that really was the one to zero in on, but Khavin
Yeah.
correctly surmising that he's cooked. And Grice once more helping himself to some tokens. Things going well for Ben here at his first PGT final table. Got chops though, two-time World Series of Poker circuit ring winner. Touched on his career earnings. First made a name for himself in the poker world as a young grinder, building his bankroll in live cash games, then in online tourneys. Enjoyed success with mouse in hand, playing under the screen name 420 Intuition on PokerStars. Don't need to unpack that one, do we? Shifted primarily to cash games after Black Friday.
.420 Intuition. I feel like if, you know, that was my thing playing online poker, I would just be snacking all day.
Yeah, I mean,
Snacking and napping.
420 Intuition could be, you know, tip the scales pretty quick with those munchies. There's Khavin on the way in, along with Big Brisket, Seward. Got the paparazzi working out front. There's Grice. There's Lucky Chewy. Uh-oh. Hang on now.
Oh, the bowling
Becker.
lanes, baby.
Becker showing us his form.
Yes.
A nod. Perhaps you've noticed some of the PGT hats that have been worn by a number of our regulars in the studio that have been adorned with bowling pins, much like his on the left side. Caught a quick glimpse. There it is again.
Market zero, dude.
Did you say it was Ryan Reese who bowled the 300 recently?
Yeah, perfect game for Ryan Reese.
I suspect someone lost a lot of money on the other side of that.
I would imagine. I don't think those guys are out there just for the love of the game. There's a lot of gamble.
I promise you, I'm laying big numbers against anybody rolling the 300.
Well, it's Eric Baldwin, another one of these bowlers, a very good bowler from what I understand. Jesse Lonis out there, our very own Nick Schulman.
You know, one of the things that drew me to poker is we see Chewy and Elias blind versus blind here squaring off. Pair of fours for Darren being asked a question at the 60K decibel level. And one of the things that drew me to poker was kind of that, like, so many creatures. You know what I mean? So many really colorful personalities that wouldn't otherwise be revealing themselves in other segments of society as readily. Bowling also has some freaky subculture, you know, in terms of just real aliens out there. Meanwhile, Chewy's king high rates to be considerably less proud of itself after being called on the flop, let alone after the ace rolls off. Be difficult to rep that card as a limper pre, although Chewy's going to keep it cagey, given the ICM. Is the chip leader by about 600,000 over Elias. Does shut it down here.
A real Munson. I believe that's
Is that from Kingpin?
little bowling line. Yeah, Kingpin. That's the one.
What do you mean? That's the, how many bowling movies do you know? That's the
Big
bowling
Lebowski
movie.
is the bowling movie, just to be fair.
No, stop. Big Lebowski is a fantastic film, cult classic.
Greatest of all time.
Right, but it is not a bowling movie in the same way Kingpin is a bowling movie.
yeah.
Bowling was a theme,
Yes.
but
yeah.
not the center stage.
Right.
Shomer Shabbos, by the way. That probably was John Goodman's finest work.
You said it, man.
Honest.
100th career final table. How about that century mark for the big brisket, Darren Elias?
It's pretty remarkable.
You got me right where you want me. On the button when you got 9 bigs, brother.
Come on. Let's do what we talked about. 100, 150, 200, all in, fold.
I don't know who you were talking about that with, but it wasn't me.
Oh yeah, right.
Dollar bill.
I'll tell you, if I do go with it, it's one of 5 hands.
Note the ace-6 offsuit, not a qualifier. Dusty but
Probably,
suited queen here for Becker.
Yeah, they want us to take a look at a flop suited queen. Extremely short is Becker. He's looking at Chewy saying this aggression will not stand.
Nine, 7, 6. Gut shot, plus the couple of overs for Chewy. Action checked over.
With this type of texture, does Becker want to attempt a little thievery? He does not. Quick check.
Levels of care being given to this particular exchange that are generally reserved for the NICU unit at your local hospital.
Yeah, I don't know if Becker was really intending to just shut it down. If he had an 8, would we have heard from him on the turn? Perhaps. Would he have also knuckled? Unclear, but certainly right here, right now, he knows queen high is no good, but he is going to wave it. Just not even an attempt to win this pot.
I would imagine trying to bet here would lack credibility, so Chewy does end up checking back, and the king will take it. All eyes on Becker.
Queen high, I mean.
355K is
Can I have some?
a real issue.
Yep.
And what it does in terms of governance is it really prevents the likes of Grice, Khavin, and Seward from wanting to partake in any poker for the time being. They're supposed to lock up that 14K pay ladder before they try to get involved in anything.
Just do a lot of folding.
Patience is profit.
All right, tournament players, thank you very much for coming out to the final 10K of the PokerGO Cup. We're going to have Steven on table 4, high card to the button. Currently all tables are 6 hands. They all near each other. We'll high card here on table 4. Tournament dealers, your button's going to be starting with the Grise seat.
Me and the champ.
Players, one other thing I want to make you aware of. We're going to try something.
All in.
Queen 8 offsuit. All in declared here. 9 deuce. He catches Seward bottom of range.
Satellite for the 15K championship event. It's a
Nick, by the way, really reminds me of Joni Jukamainen, a super high roller Finnish player. I think he's popped into the
You think
studio
they
in the
look alike
past.
to you?
Yeah.
Yanni and
Yeah.
Seward?
I
Really?
do.
Really?
I also think that while the fun is going on here in the studio, it's also happening online at Play Poker Go, where no deposits, no bots, and no gimmicks await you. Just pure, authentic poker where you can grind ring games, run deep in tourneys, and hop into some special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com.
1,000 base, 1,000 ante. Dealers, go ahead, get in the air. 5-1-1.
100.
Chewy suited connector has picked a poor time to shoot it up, although the right guy has found the aces, both in terms of the urgency for Jeremy Becker and the lack of chips with which to cause harm.
All in. I'll just
Rip City.
455. I owe one, right?
And this is maybe a call candidate for Chewy. Becker could have a few too many chips where you begrudgingly just fold, but Queen Jack suited so live, one would think he's considering it.
It's cuspy, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's so painful.
Can't beat any of those 5 hands.
Wow, that hurts. If
I
you're
was
Becker.
made.
6th?
I was made.
You're made. Couple of snowmen?
No, I was trying to click or call or something, but I was just like, you know what, this will look weakest.
You know you're supposed to call with the suited, right?
I wasn't suited, I'll tell you that. But yeah, of course I know that. I'm not Brock.
There's a glimpse at
that was a good move.
Jeremy Becker's bio board, two-time PGT title winner who once upon a time was a golf caddy. University of Tampa graduate.
Now, wait
also
a
from
minute.
the East Coast in New York, like Chewy. What's this?
I had no idea all this time that Bex was a golf caddy at some point.
Golf and poker have deep ties.
They do. I'm surprised I
In
didn't
fact,
know that about
so
you, Bex.
deep that the absence of Daniel Negreanu uncharacteristically throughout this entire PokerGO Cup can be attributed to his recent commitment to golf.
Yeah, that's all he's doing.
Do you know what his handicap is by chance?
Oh, it can't be. It can't be.
Couple
great.
strokes?
No, he's got to
Really?
be. He has to be a 10 plus. Yeah.
Why does he have to be
I've
a 10 plus?
seen-
As much golf as he's been playing?
Listen, I've seen the videos. Josh Aria's been posting videos of Negreanu out there golfing. There's no chance he's less than 10.
Who do you think is the biggest stick in all of poker?
As far as
Best
just
golfer.
bombing it? Oh, best. Okay. Probably should know this, but
Hazard a guess. I'm not asking for the right answer.
I'm trying to think of the most
Is
well-known
Aria maybe the guy?
name. No, I don't think so. Chris Johnson, do you know Chris?
Yeah,
Very
CJ.
good golfer. Len Ashby, I believe, is up there. Although
Len
I don't know
just
if
had
Len's
spinal
playing
fusion
a lot. Right.
surgery, though. so-
Brian Baird,
Okay.
good golfer. There's some guys out there that are very scratch. Some are even plus.
Come on.
Yeah, yeah.
That's spooky.
Ben Lamb's a very good golfer, notable from the chat.
By the way, also notable is Ben Grice, who takes that pot there. Just had Jack-9 of diamonds and decided he didn't buy it, 4Xing the cheeky lead from Khavin in the blind versus blind limp pot. And that is verified in Indianapolis Motor Speedway ball cap there.
Yeah,
A nod
spotted that one.
to his roots. Best career cash for Ben was a 215K score at the Win Summer Classic just last year. That was a 10K six max event. Chance to just about level that score if things go his way here today, and he has looked good thus far. Now he's looking down at Jack-10 offsuit.
Chewy in position with 4-3 up. Does he want to punish and shoot it up and apply pressure?
I mean, the presence of Becker's 680 obviously opens the door for all sorts of abuse.
Sure does.
To be issued by Chewy. Not on this occasion, though, as he knuckles back. And the offsuit connectors will square off. Ace, King, Jack, very much in Ben's corner. Broadway and gutter and bottom pair. Goes check, check. Third club arrives. Neither party with the flush draw. Chewy now with 4s.
I take it you have not seen the video posted by Aria recently of Negreanu calling him the Christoph Vogelsang of golf. Did you see, are you aware of this?
No, not seen
Okay,
this.
at whatever our next break is, I'll show you this. And for those tuning in at home, go find it.
It's on Aria's Twitter?
Listen, I watched this 20 times. I couldn't stop laughing. Yeah.
Just as he addresses the ball, the methodical time
yes,
taken and all
yes,
of that.
Yeah.
Turn barrel takes it there for Ben.
It is spectacular. It really is. It's
Josh
art.
is a funny guy, by the
Yeah.
way. He's got a great sense of humor.
I love him.
And the two of them are good friends, so he's comfortable enough to poke a little fun. Last time I saw the two of them, we were at a hockey game. Daniel still got those season tickets. Doesn't go to all the games, but it
Probably
was,
not missing many right now, right? Aren't we towards the playoff time of season in
I
NHL?
haven't been keeping tabs, but yeah, it was kind of a mid-season thing. David Williams joined us.
Well,
no excitement all the way around to Chewy in the small. Again, Becker's 680 has a lot to do with this. Card distribution as well. Rather merciful procedures on display from Chewy, by the way. Limping, dominated. And a pair of 10s on this ace-high board for Elias, far and away the best hand. Darren comes with 1/3 pot, and that'll be that.
It's back. Yeah.
It does appear that the adhesive has met its match on at least half of that BetMGM patch. Might want to reapply there.
You just fucked yourself.
Yep.
Oh,
Thanks for pointing that out.
effing oneself, I mean, that's
Sorry. Yeah.
it's a gift.
Kids
right
watching.
in your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Yours?
You're right.
Mine.
actually.
Yeah.
Very few have the ability to do so.
I apologize for laying.
No, it's fine.
No, I'm letting the kids know.
Ace-9 offsuit, Seward deliberating, and that's ICM on display somewhat. Suited 10 on the puck. Chewy not interested. Queen 7 for Darren. Becker stack depth at roughly, let's call it 8 bigs, is it? No, sorry, 13 bigs. It's a little too much to think that if we open and he jams, we're just going to call any 2s. So you see some care being exercised. And you have to expect that a good number of the combinations will be keen to do just that.
You're able to also nickel and dime. I mean, we saw Elias get after it with queen 7. This is a very fortunate flop, of course, but
Yeah, top pair.
how often are both players going to miss and Elias is able to just continue and win, knowing that Becker has to be very careful? Well, you weren't kidding about Elias. Maybe it was aroma. I thought it might, maybe suffocation.
I think he'll be all right. Queen's up now for good measure on this turn after Elias did not follow through on the flop. And he's got so much hand here. Obviously, backdoor clubs and some coordination on the flop could motivate us to charge a price. But Jack High shouldn't be keen to continue.
I'd actually have some race fans come watch.
And sure enough,
Yeah.
the muck eventually arrives.
Ben. A friend of mine who deals
Ben.
a home game.
You want to give James?
Could I have
I can
yeah.
take it.
My pubs in. Thanks. Appreciate it. And they might.
Thanks.
they might
Up we
have
go to level 19. 30, 60, and 60 as Becker hates to see it.
Hello.
I sent a link out like, to the stream,
Nice.
and he
Needs to
goes,
spin in a hurry.
I'm like, oh really? He's like, where is
Just
it
like
at?
that, he's back under 10 bigs
Studio. He's like,
with the
"Where's
small
that?"
L delivered by Elias, and then bad news delivered by the video wall.
You don't want him.
No, it'll be. Don't bother me.
Yeah,
Yeah. But he'd probably get a kick out of it. Like, come in and
yeah. Yeah.
watch it.
Fair enough.
Tell you what, a bit of a slow start. Usually at this point of the show, we've had a couple casualties. Nobody wants to go home early today. I hope I didn't just jinx it.
Ace Queen of Hearts. You are right about that, though. Over the course of the last 3 broadcasts, the dizzying pace with which players were vanquished came as a big surprise. Uncharacteristically fast, even with the structure.
Raise 120. 10 seconds.
Min raise the open. Ace 10 offsuit for Elias.
Darren is very aggressive in these spots.
350.
And sure enough, he brings the 350 forward, and it cuts a couple of ways. Obviously, Darren trying to leverage the ICM on Grice, but if Ben is willing to open a hand, it should be one durable enough to take this heat, and one that performs reasonably well against something like an ace-10 off. As we can see, it performs extraordinarily well in this situation. Calls the extra 230, pot grows to 850K. You know Becker loves to see it. Hello, nut flush draw. King 5-4, couple of hearts. Elias, a bit of drift here. Would imagine that Grice isn't looking to inflate.
Probably not, but this type of board, you're likely willing to play for stacks.
You'd rather not, if given the opportunity.
No. Let's see what Elias does as far as continuation. just lay a price.
250.
Here comes 250K. Price is nice. Roughly 4.5 to 1 the lay. On a call. Grice going to do a little bit of accounting just to make sure he understands the SPR development once he clicks call and what he suspects.
I think he's considering maybe more than call.
What do you have? What do you say?
10 seconds.
Boy, there is a whole lot of physicality associated with this spot here, and I wonder whether or not Darren is making anything of it. For me, if I'm in Darren's seat, I really don't feel as though this hand is all that strong. It would require a lot of posturing for him to show up with a good king.
Yeah, but also, like king-queen suited, something like that, Ali, I think there's also genuine uncomfort here, or
800,000?
discomfort. And there is the raise. Now it looks strong.
800.
Elias doesn't make a meal of it, but you can see a perplexed look on his face there. Yet another nice pickup for Grice, and just look what it's done. It's put him neck and neck with Chewy toward the top of the leaderboard.
I like it. The man was willing to play for it all. Says if you got it, you got it. But I'm getting it in with the nut flush draw. And oftentimes you just win the pot.
Here's event number 9 in progress. Some of those at the final table yesterday, including Tony Gregg. Brock Wilson, bottom of your screen, just being clipped there. Overall series leader. Chino Ream rumbling, Dylan Lindy.
I gotta tell you, there's 4 or 5 faces out there I didn't even recognize.
I confess there's quite a few I didn't either.
Hate it there. Yeah, I didn't like it.
Take a look at the series standings.
Such good poker.
Yet
but it's
again,
like, I'm just not
only
happy.
Philipp
I mean, I've
Khavin,
won 3 times. And
233
whenever I go,
points
the
in the
terms
top
aren't even
5.
Good, you know?
Amongst those at our
I mean, one
current
was like
FT.
years ago. When they had, like the main was
210
250K.
points available to today's winner. So real implications for Wilson, who is no doubt focused on event 9, but also keeping an eye trained on this event 8 FT.
Yeah, he's got himself a sweat if Khavin or Elias would have taken home. I believe Seward also in the mix can make some noise.
What?
By the way, Grice has
man,
got
I
himself the chip lead.
Sure
What
does.
did you eat this morning?
He won yet another one.
4 eggs, a bunch of butter, some mozzarella cheese, and some ham.
Where'd you go? Or you made it yourself?
You know,
Strong.
I'm no cardiologist, but that did sound like the kind of meal that should come with an angiogram.
Now, right there, that's Indiana cooking. All right?
You're right. You're right about that.
Eggs,
What'd you have?
butter, cheese, ham.
He didn't
A
say
bagel
ham.
and a side of bacon.
Yes, he did.
Did he say ham?
Didn't cook either. Went and
cream?
picked it up.
No
somewhere.
cream cheese?
No, butter.
What? Oh, yeah.
Butter. Yeah.
125.
I'm sorry, did I just overhear blasphemy from Bex? Did he say he buttered his bagel?
I believe he did. You're not a butter guy?
Listen, far be it from me to kind of dictate the rules.
I think I saw Red Jack.
of,
Yeah, Red Jack.
you know, bagel ingestion, but really cream cheese is sort of the compulsory topping.
I'm a butter guy.
You butter your bagels?
Everything bagel, I'd rather have butter than cream cheese.
Well,
But you remember, this is the difference between a blue collar guy and a bougie fella like yourself. Some prefer butter, others like, you know, you probably put caviar on your bagels.
right, now caviar aligns with kind of what you're trying to submit here, but cream cheese, I don't think, is regarded generally by society as an elitist bagel topping.
Well,
It feels a little more garden variety than you're giving it credit for.
are you an avocado toast kind of fella?
Love it. Make it at home. Ace 7-5. King high, still ahead of queen high here. Elias on the attack. Grice on the defense.
1 and 2.
Having bought the right to rep the ace, Elias does follow through and will be
Making a straight
relieved
flush.
to take it front and center.
I'm going to cue the music, Ali. You hit us with a promo, and then after that, I have a little message for the chat. Okay?
Wait, am I getting laid off live on air again? Is
no
that-
special announcement.
Well,
Maybe this one.
last time I was saying Nick Wright's name, it was to relieve myself of my duties on No Gamble, No Future. On this occasion, however, it's to turn your attention to the Splash Sports $3 million guaranteed Survivor Madness World Championship, which he is hosting. For $150, you can get an entry and fire as many as you want. Don't wait, though. The deadline is March 19th. Head to splashsports.com/Nick to reserve your spot before the contest sells out.
Right now, there's only about a $2.8 million overlay. I checked this morning.
Wait, are you serious?
I'm
about
dead
that?
serious. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, 2.8 million overlay at the moment. Now, you've got 6 days to get in
There
this
could
thing.
be some people waiting in the wings. I'm going to tell you something just based on way back when I was doing like small tournament grinding very early in my poker career. I'm talking like in my 20s.
Okay.
Local card room up in Northern California.
Yeah.
Every time I'd be in the cash game and I keep looking over at the, how many people have bought in, what's
Yeah.
the guarantee, and I would think to myself, oh yeah. I'm like, there's going to be an overlay.
Uh-huh.
5-6 minutes left, you go register. Don't worry, they made the guarantee.
Yeah.
They all last minute come in. Now, I'm not saying that between today and the 19th, 2.8 is going to step forward out of the ether.
I think it will.
But
I think it will. The floodgates always open in these Survivor-type contests last minute.
for now, Lucky Chewy has stepped forward from the ether to 3-bet Elias. Out of the big blind, out of position, King 10 offsuit, the chosen one. And look how well it performs as Darren bins the dominant King Jack.
Well done, Lucky Chewy. Once again, the chip leader. And Ali, I'm going to do it now while we have a moment.
Okay.
The Gambling Goober on our YouTube channel, shout out, by the way, $10, a little donation. He's begging the question, your favorite gambling movie.
Okay.
His is Let It Ride, and he describes a scene. So the chat has been weighing in. I'll continue to call the chat for their favorite gambling movies. Ali Najad,
Yeah.
what is your favorite gambling movie?
It's not even close. Uncut Gems.
Phenomenal film.
I mean, it's weird because I've spoken to a number of people who do not care for the movie, but almost everyone who doesn't isn't involved in the gambling world. If you're involved in the gambling world, you know all too well. It almost hits a little too close to home, right? But that just is a hallmark of how great Adam Sandler's acting was. And remember, this is a guy that was on Saturday Night Live. You never thought he had dramatic range. As Chewy brings drama from the small with these two queens. But that, for me, is the one. Ace deuce off suit for Elias now. I don't think it's the one, but is it good enough to defend and perhaps lose more to Chewy?
Notice the sizing
650.
from Chewy. He goes 225 and is met with a 3-bet from Elias.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
$650 is a very meaningful deposit here from Darren, and it's chunky enough that Chewy thinks jamming could earn a call with some frequency. I don't think on this occasion, as you see the brisk muck, it was ever a consideration for Darren, and things have not been going well for him thus far. Chewy back on top, 3.3 $3 million and a tickle. $1 million north of Ben Grice, who's performed very well on the day, and Darren Elias, chip leader, coming in, slipping down to south of $1.2 million.
Every time.
I think I've seen it there before.
Yeah.
Pacers hat. Must have been you.
Fun last year.
Ace-8 suited for the largely absent Nick Seward. No longer is he willing to spectate, though. 120 the deployment. Uh-oh. King, just what the doctor ordered for the hemorrhaging Darren Elias. Looking to cauterize wounds.
10 seconds.
All in.
Just gonna rip it right in here. Becker, queen, jack of spades. Might have felt better about things. Absent this maneuvering in front of him of open and jam.
10 seconds. Time extended.
Burns another extension. Obviously, he'd love for a shot at a triple here, potentially. Fold seems sage. Same story for Seward.
Could have 25 again.
And it is frustrating
pitches.
for someone like Seward, Brent, who's been so
Thank you.
patient, hasn't played a hand. First time he does, he gets piled on.
Yeah, well, at least he can look back at the tape and realize that he
Sure.
wasn't being bluffed.
No. Genuine article under the hood there for Elias on that occasion.
By the way, for me, it's the cooler. William
Paul
H. Macy.
Newman? Oh, the cooler, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. What am I thinking of? The Paul Newman one that everybody loves. I'm sure chat's going to activate
I don't
quickly
know,
with this.
but the cooler, you know,
the cooler was great.
underrated. I think
The
it's
cooler was great.
Yeah.
Sure. And if you've been around gambling long enough, you have that friend who is a cool. There's a guy in my game. It doesn't matter what I'm starting with. If he sweats my cards, they're poisoned. You know,
can't win.
I'm somehow going to lose the pot.
10 seconds.
Sixes. Andrew looking to win the pot. Seems like could very well do just that. Although
check.
8-5 suited in the big blind. Just another 60 to call for a swing at 270.
10 seconds.
No. Nick really mindful right now of Becker's 3 1/4, and for that matter, Khavin, who's also keeping him company down here in the 600 range. 6th place, 38,500. 5th, 52.5, and then 4th, 70,000. So of these shorter 3 stacks, if you manage to be the one to outlast the other 2, it's going to be worth 32 grand. Not to be overlooked.
Believe these are unlimited 10K bullets, or perhaps it's capped. You know what? Let me make sure. Let me double check the structure. I know it fluctuates from time to time, but point being, I think if you cash for the 32, you may not be in Profitville, depending on how many bullets you fired. But I'll confirm.
Do you have a sense of what the most bullets fired into a single 10K thus far at this PokerGO Cup has been? You have any rumors?
Let me
whispers?
check with the stats department and see what I can unearth.
On.
I mean, I'd hate to put someone on blast. you know.
No, you love, but
No.
this is
These
your
are-
territory.
These are potentially private matters. I don't need a name. I just would like
Okay.
to know a number.
All right.
And the number was all of it just now for Seward. Queen 9. Small blind rip and take. If he's familiar to you, perhaps it's dating back to 2024, where he first adorned one of his wrists with his lone World Series of Poker bracelet, or perhaps you've ridden a chairlift with him. And likes to do a little snowboarding. Maybe you're on chess.com and bumped heads.
By the way, 2 re-entries. So everybody that cashes is, in fact, guaranteed a profit.
Okay, so without unlimited re-entries, 30K is the max
That's
commitment.
it. Yeah, everybody's plus at this final table. I like that, you know. Don't let somebody go
Sure.
bananas.
Was
20
it-
bullets.
Was it Negreanu who famously just went, like had to finish third to break even in an event once upon a time, an unlimited rebuy event?
That would not surprise me. Yeah.
It wasn't like a huge buy-in, you know, it was like 1,500 or something maybe, I don't know. But he bought
10 seconds.
he bought in so many times that
On.
he actually needed to place third in order to break even. Meanwhile, looking to break free of the gridlock at the bottom of the leaderboard is Nick
730.
Seward. He's got a suited King 10. Elias opened with the offsuit edition.
Unlikely to get action. You would imagine. Seward has to be so tight in this spot. I'm actually surprised that he went with it. King 10 suited. Credit to Seward, considering Becker is so short. That's a really nice pickup.
Yeah, and it kind of goes against what I was suggesting, which was Nick is playing cautiously and mindful of the ICM. We saw the jam out of the small blind with Queen 9 off, and then the 3-bet
Yeah.
over Elias. Fluid environment, of course, out there. There will be a little bobbing and weaving.
Are you aware of any stories or tales of anyone being upstuck in a tournament? They go on to win it, they actually don't win money? Still down?
Say again?
125.
Can you be upstuck? Win the tournament, but yet you were in for so many buy-ins that you actually still lose. I mean, in the day and age of re-entry events that are uncapped, call it a 25.
I've never heard of that happening.
That'll happen. Someone will get there.
That's, I know you can't necessarily predict because you have to keep rebuying until registration closes.
Right.
And not until then will they announce the prize pool.
Yeah,
But
I'm rooting for it.
that's a,
Yeah.
that's a tough place to find yourself.
I mean, it's going to happen, right?
That really turns into a job at that point. That'd be the greatest winner's interview ever.
It'd be legendary. Yeah.
How excited are you with this victory? Not at all.
Yeah. First place is 1.5
Why
million,
is
but
that?
you're in it for
Yeah.
2.
I'm stuck.
Yeah.
It'd be a tough assignment. If anybody can make something out of it, it's Platypus, of course.
Drake Kemper dropped in that Ren Lin fired 16 bullets at a Paradise event down there at WSOP Paradise. He needed second place to break even, and he finished second. So that was
Wow.
a realistic opportunity.
Time extended.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
I guess
Yeah.
he really,
All in.
he set the bar for himself, and then he made it. Meanwhile, Ace 10 is making it 440,000, all of it for Filipp Khavin.
All right, can't get shut out.
I'm saying Khavin. I think it might be Khavin.
Going Kavin?
I don't know. Maybe you should say Khavin, and I'll say Khavin, and that way we have coverage. Or, and hear me out on this, maybe someone can actually figure it out before we come to work.
Kavin, what about Kavin?
No, see, I know why you're doing that, and that's because Byron Khaverman is what a lot of people
I always
used to
thought it
say.
was Khavin.
It is Khaverman.
Yeah.
But, you know, now you really, you went with option C.
I'm just saying.
On a
yeah.
2 multiple choice question somehow. You chose C, neither. Apologies, by the way, to Philip. We
Let's
can just call him Philip.
You know, Special K.
I don't think that reads the way you want it to. You know, I'm pretty sure that's a
You ever dabble?
recreational.
Yeah.
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 Anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty one into the bin, by the way. That Jack 10 opens the door for Grice to ponder an ace 5. It's a lot of hand, that Jack 10 suited, but again, looking over at Becker's 3 1/4 and hoping that Chewy or Elias will make quick work of them. Are these other short stacks? 8s for Chewy. Min raise. Another Jack 10 into the bin, and now Becker rolling up his shirt sleeves.
Call you with number 6 again?
With Jack 7
I
hearts.
call you with number 6 again?
I can't give you any information.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Dust.
Maybe stick to bowling, J-Bex. This is painful. Just has to fold here. Ugh, it hurts. It hurts so much.
Dear heavens. All right, I'm out. All right? Yeah.
I don't think he had it.
If I raise,
I had a pair.
what, a 10? Oh, dear.
Pocket pair.
Verified. Shout out,
Ali,
by the
why
way,
don't you
to-
hit us? Yeah, a little
ready to
insight.
ride.
Actually, you know, here's the brutal part. I'd like to
Off
acknowledge
the gutter, king jack.
the no doubt
I don't believe
relative
that.
of Filipp Khavin for having alluded to the proper pronunciation
Two,
Uh-huh.
in
mean,
the YouTube
I may
channel.
have had 2
However,
from his response.
if I were to do so, including their first name, I could potentially be butchering their first name, which is Charis.
Dear
Like, is that Charisse? Is that Karis?
I don't know, but last name has been confirmed. Havin, silent K.
No,
Filipp
it's not.
Khavin, right?
10 seconds.
Wait, silent K?
Yeah, it's a silent K. Havin. You didn't think about the silent K.
So it's a not so special K.
No, in fact, it's a quiet K.
You know, we've actually given this a whole lot more airtime than perhaps anybody at this point, including ourselves, really would like to.
So
are we just
we're
gonna
here
say
now.
Filipp Khavin?
We're in the moment.
All right, we're gonna go with Havin.
Havin.
All right,
Having a good time.
case closed.
Having a difficulty saying player names.
Yes, yes, we are. And this is where perhaps, you know, of the
125.
multitude of people who are on payroll currently, Brent, one of them, prior to the commencement of play, could perhaps be tasked with just identifying any potential challenges in the surname department. or
I
for
would
that matter,
agree.
the
A
first
little
name
bit of
department.
insight whenever.
Maybe you can talk to the
Questions,
boss. Wait a minute, you're the boss.
I think that when anything goes wrong, part of the role of being the CEO
Yeah.
is, in fact, I am the one to blame.
Right. This is actually your fault.
I believe you're correct.
Now, to be fair,
Yeah.
in the chasms that have been afforded us in what has not been the most briskly played final table, it has given us some fodder.
Well,
So perhaps we should be thankful. And on the topic of fodder,
20.
yeah, and being thankful, a couple of kings for
Yep.
Grice.
loads his cannon and unleashes 120, just the min raise. Philip's wife and daughter, by the way, watching live right now. So shout out to the two of them out in Indy.
Love it. Why Indy exactly?
Well, Unless he keeps his wife and daughter elsewhere, right? Oh, sorry.
Believe it's Florida.
Yeah, my bad.
You're
I'm
all over the
conflating
place
Ben
today.
Grice.
Yes.
Apologies. Maybe they are in India. I don't know.
Could be.
They're in Florida.
Yeah.
St. Petersburg. Daughter Emmeline. Hello, Emmeline.
Thought about.
Perhaps mom wants to keep a pair of earmuffs handy just in case Brent goes off cuff at some point. As
Now,
he's
now that
apt
I
to do.
know that children are watching, I'll behave.
That good?
Will you, though?
Momentarily.
It's got you two behind me.
Yeah.
I would have been pretty happy with
Have
them.
anything to play with either way.
I said, don't get too fancy.
Come on, Becker. You got to go with this one, pal.
Eventually, the clock has ticked long enough.
I'm thinking
I'm not
limping
even
also.
gonna. I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna. If you shove,
You're in?
well, it
All
depends
right,
on what they-
115. I was thinking of limping, but if you're giving me the blind action.
Let's see.
I'm not looking.
Oh, wow.
No look and
pair.
no problem. A couple of jacks
I
here
don't know what I have.
Craps?
for Grice.
Let me be live.
It's not a bad
I want
start.
a king or a jack.
Oh wow.
Oh my God. Come on.
The classic flip.
So Becker, at long last,
Good luck.
is spinning. Doing
I ate
so.
my eggs this morning. You didn't.
Are you not saying it back?
Do you really mean it though?
Yeah, of course. What do you mean?
9-8-6
All right, fuck his
board.
ass. Put a queen. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. I meant the good luck. I meant the good luck.
The F bomb.
Oh my God, I forgot about that again. I apologize.
My mom's watching.
Sorry.
Your mom?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
All right, good luck, guys. Have fun.
Don't eat. Don't.
You're not
do that.
paired, bro?
It's been a pleasure, for real. Good luck.
It's always a pleasure.
5 of the 6
matter what, it
outs
has been
actually
some fun.
live
Yeah,
as Becker
we're black.
trying to
time.
summon the dark arts. No dice.
Good game, Jeremy.
The jacks hold.
Oh, man.
Off to the nearest bowling alley, perhaps, is Jeremy Becker.
Oh, he's going to go fire more shells. Event number 9.
Oh, you're just gambling there with a dark
Young
call.
J-Bex.
Impressive.
It's
You think
hard
he
not
dropped
to
that on
just love
purpose,
the
or would
kid.
he just-
That's
No, he takes it all in stride. He's going to take home
No,
38.5
if he was like,
for
no,
his
that's fine.
efforts.
That's from the heart.
Yeah, for sure.
No, I'm talking about the F bomb.
Yeah.
I am also
talking
about that. Yes. That's
He got a little potty mouth on him, though, doesn't he?
He was talking yesterday.
J-Bex.
He-
You ever heard him in the
like,
booth
early
whenever
in
he
the day,
hops
he's like,
in late at night?
I need to stop sweating.
I've
so
not.
much.
He's done it on numerous occasions.
Okay.
It's unbelievable. Every
Is
other
it
word
profane?
yeah, he's dropping the F-bomb. You know how many emails we have received customer service-wise? Just furious.
Fold.
Well, how is it that he's been given so many opportunities? if
Well,
you're
I like
receiving-
it. Yeah,
Right.
I enjoy it, Ali.
See,
yeah.
I don't know. I've never been a CEO. Actually, I'm lying. But
10 seconds.
just insofar as I understand it, your job is not to please yourself,
Well,
but to please the interests of the company.
I have, listen, here are my thoughts, okay? We're watching folks gamble.
Okay.
This is not Disney. We're not going to church on a Sunday here. We're playing poker. These fellas out here, they're going to drop some language that maybe the young ones shouldn't hear. So if it happens in the booth late at night, I have questions. A, why isn't your child in bed? B, again, we're playing poker.
The grievances don't always have to be associated with offspring soaking up the profanity, but rather just some who don't care for such things, by the way. Not so much caring for this King 8-6 board is Chewy in this limp pot pre Quite the contrary for Grice, however. 2 pair, just hoping to lure something. No bite. Still just the ace high he embarked upon the journey with for Chewy.
And this is fair too, from Rocky Road. Not to be mean, but sometimes the commentary
120.
is unfair. When every other word is the F-bomb, I think that that's excessive.
I don't even know if that's what he's referring to. He may be referring to our discussion of it, just so you know, Brent.
Very
And by the
well
way,
could be.
I agree with Rocky Road.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rocky Road.
At long last, Ben speaks up with these kings and sixes. And now Chewy left to contemplate whether or not he can bluff catch.
10 seconds.
Declines the invitation. Well, Grice just hasn't really put a foot wrong for the bulk of the afternoon, which is still in its infancy. Jeremy Becker, the only casualty thus far. 5 remaining, all of whom have locked up $52,500. 17-5, the ladder between 5 and 4. A reminder that today's coverage is brought to you in part by Prevagen. Does feel like I should have some byline with which to further elaborate on Prevagen, but
Well, you said it's made of jellyfish, and apparently this is a good thing.
jellyfish derivative designed to maintain neural health, in particular for those older folks among us.
I'm going to try it. I don't know if you go to a
You're
lot
beyond,
of,
you know, Prevagen's not designed to salvage kind of what you've done to yourself.
well,
I said maintain, not completely reverse course.
we'll talk more about Blue Chew later in the show, but let me ask you this. You've been to many Michelin restaurants. How many Michelin restaurants have you been to as we take a look at Chewy get after it with ace-7, nobody home?
Yeah, he
Michelin.
dimes on Elias. I don't know, man. I don't even keep tabs, but
How many are
I've
in the
done some
world?
real star collecting. Oh, countless. I mean, you know, depends if we're talking 1 star, 2. Where are you going with this? You know what?
Jellyfish ever on a Michelin menu? Is it a
Might have
delicacy?
been. What wasn't on my plate though.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Right.
What is on your plate though is the opportunity to battle for your own version of a PokerGO Cup, which is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. Play the PokerGO Cup online at globalpoker.com and bring the DigiCup, the Cyber Cup, home.
Any form of cybering is good by me.
I think I know where you're going with this, but may I remind you that young Emmeline is watching the broadcast.
No,
Papa
well,
is
she
here
should not
playing.
be playing online poker. You know, Emmeline, I don't know the
What
age
she
there.
really shouldn't be doing is listening to most of what you've said so far here today.
Well, that's a given.
Khavin.
10 seconds.
Believe it's having a good time with pocket fours,
that's right.
sailboats.
Nervy moments there momentarily. It was unclear whether or not Seward with the ace tray was getting involved. Daddy's all right.
Sorry.
Exhale. Back there in St.
Wanna keep
Petersburg.
those?
Is that a Blades of Steel t-shirt?
The classic Nintendo Entertainment System
Yes.
8-bit game.
Yes.
I know it's 8-bit. I didn't know if it was what game or system or...
I mean, I grew up playing Blades of Steel. That is an iconic,
Oh, yeah, it does look... Now I see it.
right?
The star, the stick. The original NHL hockey from EA Sports, where you could splay someone out and their head would crack open on the ice.
What? Is that
with
real?
blood. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, and then they'd be out of the game.
Wow.
That was a great...
I don't think I ever dabbled.
If you watch Swingers, there's a scene where they lay Gretzky out, if I'm not mistaken, when the pink dot delivery driver comes to the door. For me, that was the OG hockey game. NES was for Punch-Out. Meanwhile, Elias might be throwing a punch here with the Jack-10 of clubs on the button.
All in.
A raise and take.
You had it?
Things still cagey despite the departure of Becker, because in the on-deck circle now is Filipp Khavin. 470K.
7 bigs.
Not a lot.
Danger zone.
Yeah. And of course, Seward would love to realize that $17,500 pay ladder if he can just outlast Khavin. But some of the issues associated with if you do get too passive is clearly if and when Khavin decides to take a swing, he could double and put the pressure right back on you. And also, if the war of attrition ensues, you'll find yourself bleeding down to dire straits after the pay ladder is secured and really not positioning yourself for a victory, which is something you'd like to be able to do. Let's see what sort of position will get assumed by the king-queen offsuit. All in, he says, and the dirty diaper for Grice. Cannot indulge.
You know, it just
It's the last hand of the level, right?
dawned on me. Do you recall Super High Rollerball China?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay.
Because at a very odd hour, I found myself doing commentary.
You were
for
on that
one.
broadcast, yeah.
Yeah. I believe Justin Bonomo, the eventual champion of that one.
He was the winner, and if I recall correctly, I don't know if the stats department can find this intel, but the late registration period, there was something really messed up with the structure. You basically could get in there, late register 1 or 2 off the money, and there were folks blasting 300K a pop. It may be possible that somebody was in that particular event for a very large number, and even had they won, they may have been buried.
10 seconds.
I feel
think
like
this
that
is the
rings a
case.
bell.
Yeah.
And you know, in the Far East is where you'll find people who can be quite cavalier with their economics
Yeah.
and poker.
I forgot you were on the call for
Grice
Super High
slipping in.
Rollerball
Yeah.
China.
It was a one and done, as I recall.
Yeah, it didn't run that event
No.
again. No.
No. Finger wag here from Chewy, and that'll put Grice's dust bunny into the wastebasket. So with that, the first break of the afternoon is upon us. And before we head to that break, we give you a glimpse at the leaderboard brought to you by Global Poker, where Andrew Lichtenberger is your chip leader. Ben Grice has performed well. Original chip leader Darren Elias in third. Stay close. More from event number 8 after this.
It is a new time. It is a new chapter. We are here live in the brand new PokerGO campus. No gamble, no future. Hanks, myself, and the face of FS1, Nick Wright, are going to bring to all of you the best poker show, combining poker, combining sports, and sports cards.
Let's get to work.
What the hell is combining all 3 industries to create the best poker show on planet Earth? Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking to grill up the competition here today.
Darren Elias needs to finish first or second in this event, Ali. 3 straight final tables. You had a look at the top
Isn't Nick
5
Yep.
on the leaderboard
No,
for the
it was
Cup.
Oh, no, you were
Elias'
starting the last
name
hand
was
and then
not
when you lost
there.
that big pot,
He
my
is
bad.
6th, might I point out. But with a first or a second place, he can comfortably jump all the way up into the second place standings, just behind Brock the Brain Wilson.
You forgot all about it.
No, I was just thinking back because you had a lot more going.
Minimum of 6th if he busts here on the overall leaderboard. But obviously with 2.7 million in front of him, nobody's betting against that man sealing the deal. He's a closer, cemented his legacy over on the World Poker Tour many moons ago in the earlier part of his career. And here he is cementing a dominant 9, but unfortunately, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, who defended his big against the Min-Rays Open, has outflopped mightily. Follow through here on the dry texture from Elias.
Understandable, of course, for Elias. And this is, as we can see, very unfortunate for our chip leader. Severely outflopped.
Chewy content to take it easy here. He is the second place stack, and being to the direct right of the boss stack always presents challenges, and when the man presiding over said stack is Elias, the challenges only grow stronger. Of course, this King 9 is going to have some real challenges winning this pot. Undaunted, though, Elias barrels once more. 400 is meaty.
Yeah, he is hoping to target what could be a 6. And all of the floats that Lucky Chewy may have had, but as we can see, this is never folding out top pair. I can't fathom Andrew Lichtenberger throwing this queen into the muck. It's not comfortable, I'll tell you that right now. A lot of pressure, you're second in chips. You don't want to give away your sort of your security, that money on the line, knowing you're second in chips. Oh boy, I thought he said fold, but it
did
was
sound
call.
that way.
Yeah.
Just too much hand on this board texture. Uncomfortable, of course, is Chewy. That running 8 doesn't really change a whole lot. We don't expect there to be an 8 in Elias's hand as played.
This would be pretty insane if Elias decides to pull the trigger. When you've been called twice, it's quite clear.
South of 1 SPR effective here. Chewy sitting 1.1, 1.25 roughly in the pot, but no pile driver issued. And Elias does not start this final table the way he would have hoped, already conceding the chip lead to Andrew. And he really took the breath of Sin City away, courtesy of an extraordinary run that he had at the Win in a whole lot of their just regular tournaments that they hold.
Yeah, the
he
dailies.
won just multiple of them, strung them together in like a month. And people began to question whether or not something was afoot. But now it's come to light that the kid's just talented, bro.
He won everything, man. These $200 events, the dailies, the nightlies.
Looking for a W is Ben Grice. First opportunity to call the Indianapolis native's name. 42-year-old. Went to Ball State University. Real estate investor by trade. $1.25 million in career tournament earnings. Ben buys indiehouses.com. If you're looking to offload your house, look no further in the Indianapolis area. 8-5-3 Rainbow. Becker defending with the ace. Both players coming up empty on this texture.
Now, Ali, you're, again, the very wise one in the booth. Ball State, is that an Indiana product as far as universities?
You know, I haven't clocked the geography on Ball State. It feels right.
Yeah. Very familiar myself with Purdue. Of course, IU, Notre Dame, Butler.
Sure.
Ball State, however, heard of the program, D1. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
You know, you don't need to do that.
This is
It's
a very important question. Must be
it's not.
answered.
You know, it just actually can just go into the ether quietly. Much like I would imagine this A7 might in the face of added aggression here from Ben, but versus the big blind defense range, this board texture obviously creates some apprehension, and you see him check back and find a queen on the end for a winner. So Becker likely to check.
One would think.
Just cheap showdown hunt. Feels like apropos of the situation. He's looking down at his chips, though.
Sort of betting may have the ability to fold out better ace highs, but we'll see.
Maybe some of the under pairs to the eights that haven't flopped a set also could be on his mind. Obviously, he interferes with that 7, but interestingly, he could take a cheap shot.
He's really in the tank.
Yeah, and by the way, careful wading deep into said tanks, because those time extensions aren't going to be replenished at any point from here on out, and this 205 can be kissed goodbye.
Yeah, adios.
You win?
You win declared. Yes, I do, says Ben. Five of our original 6 remain here at the event $10,000 final table as the business end of this 2026 PokerGO Cup begins to take shape. From here at Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Ali Najad alongside Brent Hanks, Jeremy Becker, the lone casualty on this battlefield. There is a look at the remaining payouts, brought to you by Poker News. 10 payouts in total. Reardon and Becker, the most recent of the eliminations. And all eyes focused upon Filipp Khavin. 590K, just south of Nick Seward, 705K. Both of them sub 10 bigs as level 20 is upon us. 40, 80, and 80, 200K per 5 hands. 40K on average, the price of poker. Ace King on the button now for Indianapolis's Ben Grice. Not a professional poker player by trade. Real estate entrepreneur, but he has looked very savvy, and with ease, he declares 160. Similar ease associated with the folds out of the blinds.
I didn't like it.
Exposed.
Yeah, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
He's still going horizontal. Ben doesn't care.
I went side peel, but I went really softly.
Gentle.
It was probably me.
You shouldn't incriminate yourself. They don't.
I did not like it at all.
That's definitely
Well, I mean, the only guy that hasn't played at a table like this. You got to learn how to do these things, right?
Sure. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
definitely. I don't hold it against you personally. I thought there was a chance it could have been me.
I like how he said it to all of us instead of like singling me out.
Right.
It's like good leadership right there.
True.
You think it was you?
I don't know. I do. It does feel hard to see the cards because this rail's so high.
10 seconds.
I'm just trying to mark all the threes.
10 seconds.
Fold it all the way around to the suited one gapper for Elias.
All in.
all in.
He's going to pile on Seward. King 4 offsuit. Is it durable enough?
Man, if he was the short stack, he would certainly be calling.
10 seconds.
But I think because Khavin is significantly shorter, it's just a fold, and yeah, into the muck.
Time extension.
ICM-rich decision-making on display, as is Darren Elias's resume. 100th final table of his career, 15 million plus in earnings. 52 times he's made the podium. 19 wins, 10 runner-up finishes, and 23 bronze medals. And Boss, the nickname given to him just based on the killer instinct that he has.
He really needs to be the end boss here today. Third straight final table for Elias, but yet sits outside the top 5 on the PokerGO Cup leaderboard. A first or a second place finish seems absolutely necessary in order for Elias to have a true shot at taking home the Cup title.
You know, Brock Wilson elsewhere in the room in event number 9 is keeping tabs on how this one is taking shape. And Seward keeping his thumb down on Khavin as he jams the small and takes it.
Good change.
From Filipp. So allows Elias to take a couple of bigs away from him and then gets him right back at the expense of Filipp. Deuce 3 offsuit. Never good enough to call the Queen 9 suited jam.
I'm getting used to this vertical peel. Do you do vertical or you have the smooth side?
Side.
Yeah, okay.
Vertical would probably kill me.
All in.
All in.
Is it extreme?
Do you do
Seward again
I mean, I'm trying it out right
with
now.
a qualifier. Once more
who
clubs,
does,
this
though?
time nutted.
I've seen people do it with 5 cards in single.
Offsuit king. Moments ago, you suggested that with king 4 offsuit, if Seward
Ike is a classic vertical peeler.
was the short stack, as
Well, that
Filipp is
I-
here, that he should be
I presume
calling,
so,
but
but-
Grice,
I
I
only,
didn't know that.
yeah.
I'm getting used to it as well.
It's not bad.
No.
I think he does. Or he did.
I tried the one at a time. I didn't like it. So
Oh, yeah.
zoom
I think
both
I
at
really
one
nuked
side,
that
it's
one.
Better.
If I was more kind
because
of
I set it up
alone
like
over
Grice
here,
was
I
the
would-
short stack, but Khavin was in the
I didn't
small.
really know where you were going there. We just let it slide.
Yeah.
I think it was a pretty clear fold for
Yeah.
Grice.
The one at a time, Bill.
I,
Sometimes.
I do as well, in
Yeah,
retrospect.
it's real. Although
Sorry.
that can get out of hand too,
Check it
because then you're squeezing it, and then you're back at square one. Trying to be gentle with these cards.
I assure you, as far as being gentle with cards, nobody
All in.
will be as gentle as Lichtenberger, as Khavin, not so gentle with his chips, all in. That feels good.
Well, when you're talking about Chewy,
Yeah.
it's a little bit demoralizing for Seward to see Khavin help himself to 2.5 bigs here. You're talking about a guy who hand-reared doves.
That's exactly where I was headed. 1, he has a newborn, he and his wife. 2, they have 2 pets, and they happen to be doves.
That number is before you post the big blind.
One
idea.
must
Yeah.
be gentle
I have 15 then.
when your animals include a couple of doves.
I gotta be honest, I've gone down the YouTube rabbit hole. I'll go a few times, and there's some less than gentle outcomes for doves in some compilation reels. You know, they try to do a release. Meanwhile, releasing all 590 has happened here with the ace-10 of diamonds.
Oh,
King, queen for
my.
Elias.
Yeah.
It's time to play roulette.
Critical one, clearly, for both players.
This is almost half of Elias's remaining stack. Deep implications for him. But with his back up against the wall, it is Khavin who's having way the best of it on this ace-5 tray board. King, queen, a big dog, and now draws dead.
590.
And just like that, look what Filipp has managed to do. He's thrust Darren Elias into the short stack duties and pulled ahead of Seward for third place stack honors.
Yeah, this is quite a swing, but the one feeling the blow right now is Elias. He came into this final table as the chip leader with 2.7 million. I don't think that he has won a pot. Certainly not one that was significant. A disaster of an afternoon for the end boss.
He's not going to lose composure and poise, but he has lost a good bit of his chips coming in.
Yeah.
2.7 at the onset. Now, south of 600K. Baby suited ace for Khavin. Sits it out.
Exact same scenario. This time, however, Elias is the shortest stack. It's deuce 4 suited, and this time he mucks rather than shoving. Did not want to risk his tournament life with that hand.
Understandable with 4 high.
Just an orbit ago, he was all in, blind versus blind with deuce 4 of diamonds against Seward. Of course, Elias had Seward covered in that spot.
Very different circumstances Elias finds himself in. Six suited now with a second shortest stack of Seward.
On.
He's going to rip right into Filipp. His stack is deep enough that doing this would give pause to some of the hands that might otherwise be happy to partake, given Elias's presence. Every one of these small pots so meaningful to the smaller stacks. Seward does the snacking.
Clement has a vertical peel as well.
He does. Is this so like quick though? I never can like.
You hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chewy appears to be fixated on the vertical peel, meaning the looking at one's hand vertically in like portrait orientation as opposed to sideways landscape, which I confess is the way I go about it, and I think most.
I'm vertical, believe it or
Are
not.
you really?
Yeah, I don't like the side squeeze. I've never got into it. I don't know if it's my thumbs get in the way, but I've always been vertical.
Oh, I like a side squeeze.
Yeah.
On.
And Khavin likes an ace-2 suited in the small blind, rips it into Ben Grice. King 10 of clubs here. Wouldn't have minded playing it at normal sizing, but not for the full clip. And once again, the small blind dines on the big.
I had you dominated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a king?
Yeah. Good one.
And there you see the biggest career cash for
Here's a foot.
Filipp Khavin.
Here's a foot. Ace deuce.
124,000
Suited.
just this month. Coming courtesy of the Event 2 victory.
Yeah, it seems as though Khavin has really decided he's going to start playing a bunch of these bigger buy-ins. At first place in event number 2 here at the Cup. Obviously why he's in the top 5 on the leaderboard, but he's become a regular, a frequent flyer here in the PokerGO studio at all the majors.
First burst onto the scene did Filipp in a WPT Deep Stacks main event in Immokalee. I assume this is a Native American casino in Florida somewhere. Took down 59,000 for the effort.
And I'll tell you what about Khavin. I know we're talking about him for a moment, but he's free rolling life at this point. And I say that because a little while ago down at St. Petersburg Derby Lane poker room,
okay,
he almost didn't survive. He was shot twice in the back, I believe, at the old Greyhound track parking lot.
He's not looking any worse for the wear, if I'm being honest, but that is a deeply disturbing factoid that you've unearthed in the bio.
Yeah, someone hiding in the service area around the valet. Shot him twice, excuse me, not in the back, but in the abdomen. And he survived, clearly. And we're so thankful that we have him here today at this final table. But
of course, so are Karis and his daughter Emmeline. Boy, that is that's one to catch you off guard there. Meanwhile, who's going to catch up to Yuri Zivalevsky? 934 points, courtesy of 2 majors on the PGT this year, $2 million in earnings. Michael Burke also with a couple of victories, just south of 500 grand in second, and Dr. Jack, who's made multiple FTs. Third, Brock Wilson, leader of the overall series at present, although Elias trying to sort that out, and then Chewy 5th overall. Still very much in contention. Chip leading here by a good margin. Made those 7s and 5s against the King 10 moments ago. And now here's Ben Grice once more, getting involved with King X. This time the Jack dangler. Six offsuit. Not the kind of stuff you want to show up to a fight with, but Darren takes the price. Six, 4 deuce, top pair, great texture for him.
All in.
Jams it in there. Grice really doesn't have anything. No spade, no pair, no path to a draw.
How much is it?
$350.
Yet he's still asking for a count. This would be a gift.
I mean, there's no way, right? I get that it's not a lot of chips, but
no, that would have been a big mistake there.
Yeah. That's a huge pickup for Elias. Settles in right around 10 bigs.
Unsettling, of course, for the people that would love to see him find the exit, not simply to clear a path potentially to added games, but also the immediate ladder, which they're on the hunt for. Talking, of course, about Seward and Khavin.
Only 2 bigs. No bigs.
What's that?
It's only 2 bigs.
It's only 2 bigs. Only a flush moon, as Carrie would say.
What?
Just a flush moon, as Carrie would say.
Flush one? Not that bad, right? A little less than that.
Yeah, not even that bad.
Yeah.
Suited king brings forward an ask from Chewy. Elias can't indulge, and Seward not keen to do so either with the Jack 10.
First time I vertical peeled a VPIP. Kind of exhilarating, really. You see it at a new angle. Breathe new life into the cards.
I know it feels like everybody's chilling right now, Brent, but there is a tension in the air, and it's got everything to do with that three-man back of the grid sort of jockeying that's going on between Khavin, Seward, and Elias. Chewy unbothered by it all. Ace-queen suited, open. Darren will be ready to party with his version.
Well, it's all getting in there. That much is clear.
And in all likelihood, it'll all get carved up once we've seen 5, 91% of the time at least, but you see
vertical peel.
Dude,
Chewy
amazing.
with a little advantage.
Usually I don't see the queen's adornments, you know?
Was it gonna be a sweat or no sweat?
I think no sweat.
No sweat? I don't think so either.
Just a couple of diamonds.
Jack 8-5 and a couple of clubs, so Elias on the free roll.
To me, right? No, okay. I didn't think so. Just needed confirmation.
And it's a wrap.
Straight.
Both players with a queen high straight for good measure when it's all said and done, but they'll re-rack. And that just tightens things up even further between Elias, Seward, and Khavin.
Yeah, seems inevitable that could have a chain reaction of eliminations on the horizon as these stacks are really starting to suffer as the structure catches up. Chewy opportunity to run this table over. Tough when you don't really have much of a hand, but he is closing in on nearly half the chips in play.
Limp pot as Grice is going to allow, Grice rather, forgive me, is going to allow Khavin to C3 inexpensively. Ace, queen, 3. No pair, no draw in both camps. Look at Filipp, just stabs at it. Perhaps sensing that ace-x, queen-x would have been heard from pre. And successfully taking that one down without incident.
Oh, I love when the music plays because that means I get to read a promo, Ali, for Octopi Poker. You want to level up your tournament game before that summer grind? How about a 12-week guided study program for $1 a day? That's it. GTO Trainer, the Sim Library, the Vault, daily challenges, and weekly coaching with Matt Hunt. Check out octopipoker.ai/pricing.
You know, there's
How'd I do, Ali?
There's a measure of sensuality that you infuse into those promo reads that I confess is both, you know, off-putting and discombobulating. You know, just.
So you're saying I nailed it?
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds a little bit like you've nailed it.
You don't like me over here?
I don't like you over there, no.
You could maybe do one of those,
I've been on
you
your
know,
left
late
table
at night,
before.
800 numbers. You know, they call in, kind
Who's
of thing.
got the key?
Have an adult conversation.
Yes.
Maybe you could run one of those.
I would love to.
If this whole CEO of PokerGO thing doesn't work out.
Matthew has the key.
Seward gonna give this ace-king a workout.
Players and dealers, 15
Steps onto the treadmill for the bulk of his chips. 600 of 905 is a declaration of war. Surrender will not be in his future. But very much associated with the holdings in the blinds, as they both concede and give him much needed chips.
Yeah, you're the warden, bro.
It's turned into a game of inches out there.
What's that?
I know about that.
What's that?
Life is a game of inches.
Sure. Series headlines. Brock
It'd be
Wilson
funny to hypothesize
in
what
the lead for the race for the
all
cup.
the players and
as we
dealers in here
touched
would do
on,
if
but
not
4
for their
cashes and 3 straight
current ongoing.
FTs for Darren Elias and Big Hooney.
I can see you
Let's
laying down the
position
wall.
them for a potential run, and of course Dr. Jack. Don't count him out. 5 cashes, 3 FTs for him. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Filipp Khavin is having himself 2 red aces. Come and get some. No takers though. I confess I'm a little bit surprised that Chewy has been unwilling to become more hostile, given the lay of the land.
Hey, Paul.
I think he's
you
getting
see the
there.
waitress? Could you
He's
send her
not
over
going to hit 100% of opens, but pretty soon it will be close to that.
$160.
160.
10 seconds.
He hasn't really had too many hands. We've seen 6-7 off, 5 deuce off just a moment ago. Also napkins. But there is a point where hand really doesn't matter, and you just tee off on all of these really handcuffed stacks.
Raise and take for those 2 9s. Been a lot of this of late. Not unexpectedly. I think
You could attach one.
in all likelihood, if we are going to play a
Large
pot,
Aquafana, please.
it is going to be for all of it.
One of these, yeah.
And
I'll
it's
take one too. Thank
going to involve Elias.
All in.
All in.
Darren. Bouncing all in with the king jack. An ace in the big here for Grice. Granted, a pretty dusty one here. Offsuit deuce kicker. Oh, and he's dug in. The call is made, and he's going to be a favorite heading to the flop.
Well, if you're ever going to win an all-in, Darren, it starts right here, right now.
That's all you like.
I'm not going to say. I actually don't know.
1.35 million chip pot.
What's up, Matt? How are you?
Just in time.
These are the guys
We're racing.
I know what side I like now.
I know you like races.
This is the snake pit?
Oh, he's got a gut shot.
Top pair versus
or
middle
king,
pair,
or jack.
kings and queens, that which Elias hunts. Only one
I'm
of
ready
those
to put on
9
the
outs is
attire.
absent, that being the jack of spades. Board pairing 10, not the 1.
It's a bad card for Darren. Now only a king
All
or
right,
a
no
queen.
queen. Or king.
Not there.
Play with you, man.
And Ben Grice absorbs the remains of Darren Elias,
No, these,
who
this
is
definitely-
eliminated
this is
in
definitely
5th place,
race
collecting
fans.
52.5 for his efforts, but again,
Right on.
failing to break out and really demonstrate that end boss success here in this series. Walking papers issued, and we are down to 4, all of whom have locked up 70 grand and play for a $24,500 ladder, Brent.
It's really frustrating for Elias. 3 straight final tables and just couldn't really accumulate meaningful points.
And then there's a lounge back there where you can sit and watch.
Cracked the top 5, but well behind the leader that is Brock Wilson.
That was a meaningful pickup for Grice, by the way. He puts him so well clear of having better than double Filipp's chips, and of course, even more runway between himself and Seward. He is direct right of Chewy, which is going to make for some challenges. Chewy has just been steady on the day. It's been very difficult to dislodge chips out of that stack. Tends to be the case versus an operator such as he.
Khavin. Opportunity for him to get things going. He is a contender for the cup as well. He won event number 2. Guaranteed now, of course, a top 4 finish here in event number 8.
480.
Oh, my.
480.
Look at Grice go to work after accumulating. Wow.
Putting the new stack in play. And I confess, willingness to open a pot from Khavin with the presence of Seward on the short stack, I think is going to be tethered to stronger ranges. But undeterred and unbothered, here comes Grice. You see Filipp dressing him down a little bit. 320 more if you want to take a swing.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm picking up is that these two must have history, and it very well might just be day 1, but the fact that Khavin is considering with King Jack leads me to believe that he's aware that Grice absolutely can get out of line.
But I mean, wouldn't that leave us less apt to want to open a hand like King Jack because we know that the 3-bet comes in with higher frequency? And do we really want to gamble it up right now with Seward sat there, 745?
It's possible. I think it's probably just a, you know, with that stack size, open, see what develops, and then adjust on the fly.
All right, so here's the lay of the land right now. Nick Seward, short stack honors, if we can call him that, sub 10 big blinds. Filipp Khavin, 14 bigs in third. Ben Grice has done very well. A few pickups, including claiming the pelt of Darren Elias, placing him north of 3 million. He is looking to close that gap between himself and Lucky Chewy. I've been very impressed with that guy on the day.
Thank you.
I like Khavin, man. He's having himself a cold one out there, grinding, 4 left, trying to win another title, take over the lead for the PokerGO Cup. I just noticed he was on the sauce. I love this guy.
Now, on the sauce is a little rich.
Well, he's there.
Brent, you know.
On.
He's just enjoying a beer. On the sauce is a broad sweeping indictment.
No.
Yeah, no, on the sauce, you need a meeting.
You got the hops going right now.
Yeah. Well, barley.
Yeah.
Khavin, by the way, considers himself a tilt eater.
What?
This is how he describes himself, and I got to tell you, I'd never heard the term.
No, what? Elaborate.
But I too, if I have a particularly messy session, on the drive home, I will punctuate it with some sort of poor decision in a drive-thru
this morning.
late in the evening.
No. Actually, my wife had to bring the.
He prefers
the
comfort
female
food like
dove
barbecue,
to the
ribs,
vet to
mac
get
and
a
cheese,
X-ray of her
and
left
brisket,
foot.
by the way.
She's been
Although it
limping
was,
around a little.
of course, Grice who was enjoying
Crazy that
big
they can
brisket.
even
Okay, I
X-ray
love
foot
this
that
guy
small.
even more. He's a
Yeah.
barbecue
I think she'll be
enthusiast.
okay.
Whether he's grilling at home or visiting his pit
They have
master.
to sedate the bird.
Sausages,
I'm not
wings,
exactly
steak,
sure
brisket
how
paired
they-
with a
how they do
chilled
it.
beer. I love having.
You know, the whole tilt eating thing started as we see Seward trying to get it started with ace king but no takers when he first busted the World Series of Poker main event. And it's an emotional thing, man. Getting showered in the main, especially if you're there kind
Yeah.
of a few days in,
Yeah.
you start to have the dream percolate. That's a tough one.
Anyone who wears their heart in their belly,
Yeah.
that's my kind of guy.
Yeah. All right. I was gonna go with sleeve, but sure, belly.
I might go have a beer with him after the show.
I'm gonna ask just one question real quick.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna leave the topic alone. Dry rub or sauce?
Love dry rub.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
That was actually the incorrect response.
beer sauce, huh? I like both, don't get me wrong.
Well,
but
I'm on the sauce.
yeah.
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 And by the way, none of that Carolina Gold mustard-laden trash.
No. Yeah.
Give me the sticky icky, Kansas City,
Yeah.
you know, Memphis.
I'll tell you what, if you enjoy barbecue, no free ads, of course, but there's a spot here in Vegas.
Don't say roll and smoke.
No. It's dynamite. It's called Wild Fig. It's out in Summerlin. Yeah, I'm telling you, you haven't heard of it.
Fig?
It is legitimately as good a barbecue as I've ever had.
Buddy, that sounds like a
I've tried
salad
it before.
spot.
I've never done it.
Get
so
on the
far.
gram, do yourself a favor, look it up and order some. Go get some. You have to go pick it up. It's a very small venue.
nope. Not so lucky.
It's up there with some of the best I've ever had, and I devour barbecue.
It's gonna make 15K.
Yeah, it's a hidden gem. You can thank me later. It's phenomenal.
Off of Lake Mead. All right.
It's dangerous for me. That's like 15 minutes or less from my house. 10, actually.
Yeah. Well, next time you're tilt eating,
Yeah.
Wild Fig it is. 8-9 suited it is for Grice. Snacking. You know the
Feels like this
for
one.
me, I feel like one of the best I've had is Salt Lake Barbecue.
Are we taking a short call-out break after this?
Taking a short call-out break. You guys
Texas.
honestly have
Sounds
2
good.
minutes.
It's gotta
to
be.
run under the restroom.
People
but
talk
yeah.
about Franklin's a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit.
Color you.
Yeah, Terry Black's.
Get right back.
No?
Sounds
Down
good.
in Texas. Terry Black's is really good.
Well, you know, there's so many options.
Yeah.
And that flew by. That level flew by.
This is Virgil's Real Barbecue.
Where's
in
that?
Las Vegas?
No, never been. Wild Fig is, I promise you, the best in Las Vegas, and it's not even close.
Wow. Well, if
Which
you haven't been
isn't
to
saying
Virgil's,
much. No,
how
yeah,
do you know?
No.
What about Chubby Cattle?
I
You
don't
been to
need.
Chubby
I don't
Cattle?
need to go. Wild Fig is.
Wow, the mic dropper, huh?
Yeah.
180.
All right.
You're a bougie guy too. Let me show you something else they do.
Yeah, never mind the poker we're supposed to be talking about. Spam musubi? First off, no.
No.
Oh, the A5,
A5
Wagyu brisket.
Well, yes.
See, I don't like
Where are you
the
seeing
fatty
spam?
cuts right here.
No,
Well,
that's
it's
not
musubi,
spam.
but it's not
Yeah.
spam. I guess they use beef.
Yeah.
I'm a fillet, not a ribeye guy. You know what I mean?
Last hand, right?
Yeah.
I don't like the gristle.
Last hand before break. 2
There's
minutes.
Brent is currently showing me Wild Fig's Instagram account where it does look like they serve Brontosaurus. I mean, my God. Meanwhile, a serving of Jacks here for Seward. He'll bring a little marinade.
10 seconds.
160.
$1.60 if you do. Ace Ace-4 suited, solver bait here for Grice.
It is, and if he wants to pounce on Seward, who's opening up off a rather short stack, this could go north.
I'm getting shove vibes off of Ben here.
All in.
Yeah, he does declare all in. Seward's gonna all but beat him into the pot. And here we go, a golden opportunity for Nick Seward to haul in 2.3 and put the first blemish of the afternoon onto Grice's resume.
Well, if Grice can win, he's the chip leader.
Nope, he's gonna have a tough time doing that on this board. Jack's full, anticlimactic, running aces, running fives.
Ace.
Okay.
None of the
By
above.
5.
I think it's 1.105.
You saw Nick just briefly pause, recognizing he didn't want to tempt the poker gods. Boy, nobody hates to
Couldn't
see
have
that.
just been
more
messing
than
around on that button.
Filipp
Just
Khavin.
had it.
And then 105.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
One.
Good.
1 million.
Yeah, 1,105,000.
I'm not giving you these, buddy. 1, 2.
I'll accept anything as form
3,
of payment.
4.
Well, let's flash back to some of the champs so far this week. Mr. Michael Burke, event 5. First day that you and I picked up coverage. Big beaming smile, and then the first of 2 victories for Brock Wilson. Took down Shannon Shore and 210K. There you go. Shake weight, as you christened it. Tony Gregg then, a veteran, a stalwart, and a man who put the kibosh on Darren Elias. Took down event number 7 proudly. And here we are in event number 8, with number 9 taking place elsewhere in the room. And level 21, it's that time, 51-1. And the next leap, by the way, to 75-125, a big one. So it is time to get busy. And Seward's going to be doing just that, albeit without the urgency of stack depth like Khavin's, who has elected to jam here on the button, woke up with an ace-10. Over the top we go. It comes back around to Seward after Jack-6 will no doubt be binned. And no sooner did Nick acquire these chips than he's going to put them in play. And again, we've got a 7-figure pot, 1.7 million. As St. Petersburg holds its breath. Can the ace-10 in turn hold the lead? A 3-2 favorite. Consequential exchange here. Ace-8-7. Khavin. Top pair, no hearts across the way.
10 of hearts.
Has a stranglehold on it. Jack of spades.
No 10 of hearts now.
On the
Nicholas,
turn,
you dirty
Seward
Definitely no 10 of hearts now.
10 of hearts.
has 3 paths to victory. It would be very dirty, but it isn't there.
7 1/4.
And wash that one down with a cold beer, Mr. Khavin.
We're back. Look how even now these stacks are, with the exception of Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
Truly wild. As the merry-go-round continues to be ridden. Gridlock behind Lucky Chewy, who's got a better than 2-1 chip lead on the remainder of the field, as he glimpses at the leaderboard here in event number 8. Not particularly deep stacks either. 17-ish bigs. Ace-9 suited goes to work on the heels of the double. patrons.
You know, speaking of patrons, very busy weekend here in Las Vegas.
Go on.
With March Madness.
Is
about
Vegas
to ignite?
playing host as a venue?
No, but it's just everyone's here. It's,
Sure.
It's insanity.
They like to gamble it up in
Yes.
books. Meanwhile, Chewy will look to gamble it up here with King Queen, who wants some, he says. Not Jack 4 suited, and not 5-3 off either.
You didn't notice that? I guess you don't park same place I do, but it's mobbed this weekend.
You self-parking?
I always do. Yeah.
I said that in a really arrogant way. I didn't mean it was
No,
genuinely
I didn't take
like
it
an
like
inquisition.
that. Yeah, I didn't take it like. I enjoy it.
I mean, it is faster than waiting. If you get a little backup at the valet is tilting.
It's also the only form of exercise that I get in life.
Fair.
Is just walking from the garage to work.
To the studio.
Right.
Sure. Generally speaking, the poker room fares well during these times of year as well. A lot of
it's
the
packed. Yeah.
sports bettors.
If you're playing
also like to play cards
this weekend in your games, I have a feeling the old Bellagio.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be loaded.
Super Bowl is the one.
I bet.
For sure the best weekend.
On.
A7 needs to be the best hand, and sure enough, jam and take. You know, it's been a lot of this sort of poker on the day, Brent. We haven't gotten down the streets or sunk our teeth into, you know, turn, river, you know, sort of poker. Just pre-flop for the better part
Not
of
a
the
lot
last
of not
couple
a lot
levels.
of. Probably great for the viewers and really good for me that the analysis has not had to happen.
Yeah, it does take a bit of a burden off of you.
The old brain not put to use.
Yeah. But you're getting your steps in between here and the South Park, which is good. You might want to
900.
consider other forms of exercise, mental in nature. You know,
You
just,
have a Peloton. Horrible investment.
yeah, just
Mallards for Chewy. Horrible fold.
yeah, that's an emotion-based statement.
Awful. Lay down. Chewy knows better.
He's looking for better spots. You, on the other hand, you know, you could look for some ginkgo biloba or maybe some Prevagen, you know, something.
I'll tell you what I will look for. How about Blue Chew? That's my kind of supplement right there.
Yeah.
All in, never fold, always hard.
See, that helps with the other head. Brent, that's not the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That you needed help with.
Poker, you know, shouldn't be hard.
You know, hold on. Genuine statement. And I think it was Doyle Brunson famously in the show open for Poker After Dark that would say, you don't quit playing because you get old. You get old because you quit playing.
Yes.
And I've certainly played cards deep into life with a number of guys, you know, late 80s, still out there, and sharper than your average person just by virtue of that brain game that is poker being such a part of their life. And I think well served would be those who are.
What does that have to
getting
do
on
with
there.
Blue Chew?
Nothing at all.
Oh,
Although,
I
you know,
thought that's where you
also,
were going.
Late 80s Blue Chew could be turned to as well.
Yeah,
generally
I
speaking.
very much thought that's where you were headed.
You could pass out. If you're like over 80 and you eat a Blue Chew, are you just going to faint?
No, you just turn into Hugh Hefner. It's a miracle drug.
Okay. Supplement, I think.
Yes, supplement, thank you.
Wouldn't go with drug.
Right.
FDA might have something to say about that.
2026.
I didn't mean to suggest, by the way, you know,
Yeah.
for those out at retirement homes, perhaps watching the stream on a clandestine personal device that you know, impairment awaits you if you indulge in Blue Chew, but nevertheless.
Might give it a spin this weekend.
You get great. Thank you for that, Brent.
We'll report back on air.
Please don't.
10 seconds.
I mean, I think I speak on behalf of all of us, by the way. Just don't. I will say that layouts like the one that we're being subjected to right now in terms of chip distribution definitely emphasize the importance, insofar as we've got a lot of these all-in, do I call, do I not call it off, or do I jam, not jam, of knowing your charts, knowing your ICM, because if you're murky on any of that stuff, it's going to show and you're going to slip up, and it could be the difference between having made the call that would double you up potentially or leave you bleeding out, or potentially calling when you shouldn't and being out the door.
You think all 4 of these guys are well studied and
I think,
perfected with the charts?
I think Chewy is for sure the guy. I don't think you need a chart to know that 9s are a stuff, and 10-4 is over and out.
10 seconds.
There's plenty of great players, by the way, have no idea. Like Jesse Lonis doesn't study the charts.
For that matter, Michael the Grinder Mizrachi also not a
no shit
man of the sim.
Yeah.
Only Brent talks that way, Emmeline. Sorry.
I mean, you saw the ace jack just rip it 25 bigs under the gun at the main table, right? You saw that hand? Yeah.
Buddy, all the hands.
It's incredible. What a
Street
legend.
poker.
By the way, I love it. I'm not judging. I think it was glorious. I think it's good for the game.
Who's ever going to win the PPC in the main event in the same year again? Ever.
Never.
Ever.
Never. Will never happen again. Ever.
I used to say no one's going to win 3 bracelets, and then you have summers where multiple people do it. But of course, we have so many more events these days than when I first had that sentiment. Much to the delight of Brent, Khavin has opened the button with deuces. Could see some post-flop action. Grice just bins the A7 suited.
Yeah, into the muck. The all-natural Blue Chew, the Mallards for Khavin, wreaking havoc on the button.
What was that? The all-natural Blue Chew? Are you suggesting that pocket deuces draw wood? It's really, wow. Ace, jack, jack, flop. Note that Grice would have smashed this one. Instead, Chewy's defense is fruitless. Quick knuckle, quick c-bet. And case closed.
For me, that was the best pot of the day.
Well, thank you. We'll make note of that.
Can you name a more exciting hand thus far?
I'm not sure. I mean, listen, first off, and I do this with all respect to the 4 that are out there battling right now. Their job is not to entertain us, you know, throw some crazy haymaker with a, you know, savage, silly 3-bet or jam, right? Their job at present is certainly to secure this $24,500 pay ladder. But also, it's to just proceed with care and caution and what they deem to be the optimal approach to set themselves up to make a run at Chewy, who hasn't exactly been easy to take chips off of. He's just been right there in that 3 million-ish, high 3 millions. Khavin has created, some separation. Now the midfield stack kind of unto himself, while Seward and Grice have slipped down. Back of the one-man pack. But again, you know, final table poker takes all sorts of shapes depending on structure and corresponding depth. We know the shape that Chewy's going to take here with queens.
Oh, boy.
In raise, and it
Wow.
could be good night Nick Seward. Jacks cooked, unbeknownst.
10 seconds.
Crazy cooler.
On.
Jam announced. And he'll be beaten into the pot and perhaps beaten into submission as well.
Wow.
The thermostat drops out of this final table. And the cool breeze could whisk Nick Seward right out of here. And things looking even colder on the 10-3-3 flop. On the hunt for a hook. Not happening on the turn, and now Jacob needs to say hello to prevent Seward from saying goodbye. Is it there? It is not.
Yeah,
Good
bro.
game,
How
guys.
many, man?
And with that, Nick Seward dispatched in fourth, $70,000 richer for the efforts, and Chewy is up in over $5 million in chips. High water mark for him at 94.5 on lockup for the remaining three players.
70 points also for Seward. Reminder, he was in the top 5 at the start of the day on the PokerGO Cup leaderboard. He is making a run.
So here it is officially in the aftermath. The Seward payout, along with Grice inheriting short stack duties unto himself. 6 bigs clear is Khavin, but it's going to take something for either of those two to dethrone Andrew Lichtenberger, who sits oh so pretty with 50 bigs and 3 remaining. Next ladder, $42,000, the difference between third and second.
10 seconds.
All in.
Khavin jams a suited ace. Grice with ducklings. Pure flip if he wants it, but he doesn't. Take note, by the way, boys and girls who might be thinking of pairs of pair.
That fold. Seriously.
Alright, gentlemen, let's also let you guys know, guys. Let's go down.
I have no comment for that laydown.
So levels of 30 minutes. So we'll complete this level, and then it'll be 30-minute levels.
Sweet.
To what does
Also, production is
the
wondering
poker
if,
world owe your
you kind of play
obsession,
through to, like, heads up.
dare I even say fetish,
Yeah.
with ducks too?
You guys just die anything, you bring let us know.
Yeah, if I like, really need to use the restroom, I'll
Do you
text
hunt
about it.
ducks?
Fine.
Never.
Okay. Do you own ducks?
I've got one of those
Inflatable
loudmouth ducks when you
swans?
click the button and it talks to me. It's on my wall in the office.
Is
Remember
that tr-
Billy Big Mouth Bass?
Yeah. Is that true, by
I've
the
got
way?
the yeah, I do. I got the duck version. The mallard.
And again, I just one more time, because I don't feel like I'm satisfied with the response. Why? Are you obsessed with ducks?
Jumanji?
Just love the hand. Always have.
No, but it's beyond the hand.
Jumanji,
You really,
I know that reference.
it's just
In the jungle, you must wait until the dice reach 5 or
something
8.
perhaps for you to consider while I pay the bills.
Specifically the mallard variety of the duck. Ali, take us away.
I shall. Jump into free online poker with Play Poker Go. Grind ring games and run deep in tournaments. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks. Just pure, authentic poker. Play Poker Go also has special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. Do you enjoy eating duck?
Absolutely not. Actually,
Okay.
I take that back. It's pretty good.
Have you seen the new one?
What is it?
I haven't.
Peking? Is that the?
That's one way to say it, I think. Yeah.
How do you say it?
10 seconds.
I think it's
Oh.
Peking duck, but I don't know.
You will win.
Peking.
Maybe it's Peking.
How do you become like the? You just go a lot.
No, it's not an actual monarchical reference. It's, you know what? And it's really a scary thing if I'm the one that has to do this, but let's just walk away from this topic now. How's that? We'll just, let it be. Like the Beatles.
Depending on how many I've had, I could certainly be up there qualifying as a Peking.
What?
Those college weekends, once you crack the seal.
I don't think anybody knows what you're talking about right now. And except you. And that apparently is the threshold. Queens, far and above the threshold for an open on the button from Chewy. Grice defending, unclear the kit here.
Oh yeah, I thought I
Now
did.
we know. 9-7 off.
Oh boy.
Open
Yep.
ender and middle pair against an over pair. Might there be some writing on the wall here?
I believe there will be blood. Yeah, he's leading in this spot. You're just never getting away. How about that? All in.
Just keeps it simple. But can he keep his seat? 45% equity is a good bit here. Far behind as he
Fair fight.
is.
I got to do some
We're
fading
off to
here.
the races.
With
We're off to
sevens
the
against
races.
queens.
And I brought the ladies to the snake pit.
That was good.
It's appropriate, right?
That is appropriate, yeah. So what what did I bring?
I don't know, brother. You tell me. You brought it.
$2.5 million in the middle.
I brought the cars. There
All
we
right.
go.
9s and 7s on the turn.
Out of the
Now,
woods
I
yet,
brought the Indy cars.
but you're looking good.
counterfeiting 6 or 8 would do the trick. A queen as well. Never mind a 5 or 10 for a chop. But the river is none of the above. As that duck secures
9-7.
a momentous double for Ben Grice. Right back in the thick of things and north of Filipp Khavin.
I'll give too much.
Got ourselves a ball game. Huge chunk out of Chewy, Grice, and Khavin. Neck and neck.
I figured I was going to have to do some fading when that shove came in.
Yeah.
Would have been sweet if you just had like queen 8, though.
Huh? Yeah, it's good.
10 seconds.
I was like hoisting. I defend Jack 7 and Mike Wing open. Comes out ace 7
6 limping.
10 seconds.
Click back of the 9-7, which just doubled, and much bigger click back with queen 8 versus queen queen for Chewy. 10-4 tray, uninteresting to both. A stab and take there for Grice. He's really held his own out there today, Brent. Has been.
It's been solid. Yeah, all day long. Gets his money in good. Positive attitude. I like him. My wife also happens to be from Indianapolis, so I may be slightly biased.
I'll allow it. Ace 7.
On.
Chewy will not allow it. If by it we mean a free peek at 3. 7-6 into the bin as once more single decision point poker is upon us.
It's like the snake pit gave me a headache.
That can happen. You gotta stay hydrated.
You also have to actually swallow the pill there, Ben. I'm not sure if he spit it out. Did he? Did he pop it in, drink, and then spit it out? That was, I didn't quite clock it, but it was, I'm not sure.
I think you're right.
Can't be double down.
The headache medicine is a little ineffective if you just swish with it. Continuing to be effective is Chewy. And raise and take.
Listen, I got to drop in here. I was going to give the chat an update. You can head over to pokernews.com for event number 9.
Okay.
Live reporting happening on the outside. Please do yourselves a favor. Shortly after Jeremy Becker busted this final table, go look at what he did to John Riordan. I'm not going to spoil it, but I will tell you it was a slow roll, and you need to go check it out over at Poker News. Incredible.
Really?
Yes.
Savage?
Savage. Got him.
Ill-spirited?
Very much so.
Oh.
But all taken in stride from the table, and of course Papa John's, if you know John Riordan, you know, he's not going to get mad at much.
Yeah, but, you know, you put a nasty enough slow roll on someone, you'll get to know him pretty quick in ways you didn't think were possible. Meanwhile, Queen 10-7 as Chewy explored the possibilities with 8-5 of clubs. Comes up empty for the most part here. Some backdoor flush prospects. Straights as well. Khavin with a quick check back and a very damp Jack of spade turn here as he finds himself the two-way straight draw along with the nut flush draw. Nothing more than a gutter for Chewy.
I think Khavin's got the kind of hand with that ace of spades where you can just comfortably go bet or knuckle. Take the equity to the dome. You also, in a way, have showdown value. Chewy has not shown any signs of life, but the problem is it's Chewy. I don't know how often he just gives up altogether.
Well, he's virtually playing the board here with the 8.
That's what, you're probably going to face a bet, right?
And let's see if Khavin's strategy, after checking back twice, was to pick off this 175.
And it's annoying. You've missed your hand. Look at how powerful it was on the turn. And then look at this little bet. Come up with the call one time, Khavin. Oh, my.
He has picked it off,
Love
and
that.
that is really nice from Filipp. Didn't let himself get blown off of all that equity on the turn, potentially. Didn't want to be in a spot where all of a sudden Andrew rises up and makes it uncomfortable. But also realized that all the disinterest that he demonstrated across flop and turn did open the door for the bluff. And he caught Chewy with his hand in the cookie jar, keeping pace with Grice. I gotta say, this FT stands in such stark contrast to those before it here at this PokerGO Cup. And for that matter, is the cagiest that I can remember having watched in a very long time, Brent.
Yeah. I mean, I wholeheartedly agree.
Chewy gonna limp 10-6. Box cars for Khavin. Looks like he's gonna wag his finger. Up we go. And out we go.
All right, players, another reminder about tonight's satellite. We are trying something new at 6 o'clock. We do have a $2,300 satellite to win your way into the 15K championship event. So 1-7 satellite starts at 6 o'clock.
Am I hearing this correctly? $2,300 satellite to the championship?
All right, 6
Nothing wrong with that.
I might go fire it.
How big is the championship buy-in?
15K.
23 is pretty healthy in and of itself for a shot at a 15K seat.
Yeah, I think I've got a shot.
Here's the deal, man. I don't know. I hate to be the one to break this to you because it's not like one of those, you know, void were prohibited, you know, not eligible if your friends and family. You got to come to work.
Here's
and
what
be in the
I
booth.
would suggest. For the first time in history, I will do the color commentary while playing.
Yeah. That's you do that, Brent. I do think it's going to put you at a competitive disadvantage versus your opponents. Yeah,
Well,
I saw the light bulb go off there for you. Yeah. Brent here with a stone bluff. I call. Damn it.
how did he know?
Open ender here for Grice on this Queen 8-7 board, where Chewy made it 200 to skate, but did not follow through with his ace high. That opens the door for Ben to semi-bluff on the turn, 175 the figure. And into the bin goes ace high.
Is that a little mallard head on the card protectors that I've spied? Or perhaps a parakeet? Are you seeing what I'm seeing, Ali?
Well, if you're talking about the little, what looks like a green thing on top of the time extension.
Yes. I think I see a beak.
Yeah. I believe that.
Now, from this angle,
Grise,
it does shape form of a duck.
But those are.
Is that the world's smallest rubber ducky?
I think it's a lucky charm that was actually given to Filipp by his daughter.
Yes. I love it.
According to his wife in the chat. She gave him that one, and she has a pink one. So a good luck duck.
I didn't even see this in the chat. My commentary was completely natural. I was unaware of this chat comment about the duck.
You know, don't hurt yourself while you're back there. Padding.
10 seconds.
I'm so proud of myself.
Looking to put the hurt, by the way, here.
Yeah.
On this open from Khavin's button.
Likely just works every
Yes,
time,
Grice.
unless Khavin's thinking about going nuts. The old hoopty rolling down the street in my 6 phone.
Not anymore. Saying goodbye to that open.
One time.
Bring to 75.
275 says Chewy. Ace Queen of Hearts is ready to go.
All in.
There's the jam, and it'll make quick work of the open. This is really. This has been
a stalemate?
Yeah, there you go. That's the word.
Yeah. Nobody
No,
willing
by
to
the way,
bend or break.
Grice is north of Chewy now. But the thing is that the longer that these guys spend three-handed passing chips around, then ultimately the shallower that they will be when they get heads up, which is, of course, the biggest pay ladder, the most critical portion of the program. And you'd like to believe you're going to be able to, at least once you're there, play some post-flop poker. Deuce 3 suited. Khavin is showing us his range.
We might be able to get to the flop here. Yeah, there's the call from Grice. Okay, a development.
Ben's eyes trained right on Filipp as the flop was delivered in an effort to pick up any sort of tells. Khavin picking up bottom pair here and some more chips. And that does get it done. Always a nice feeling when you don't face any further resistance. Is Grice helping himself to one of
make it that easy.
the newly offered Think Turkey sticks?
I believe so. Yeah,
That,
little thinkjerky.com. Players all have a collection of jerky out there, provided by Think Jerky. Yeah, a wonderful meat stick. I couldn't help but notice prior to the show, Ali, you dug into the beef jerky sesame teriyaki.
Yeah, it's not bad.
How was it?
It was
beef jerky
good.
was really good.
Thank you for asking.
Let me find out.
I don't know what
I have a
this
piece
is.
right now
Brand?
on air.
Oh, congratulations.
Beverages?
Take it for a spin. Hold
it's
on
like
a
a-
second. Let me.
Some sort of memory thing.
Really? Oh, that's cool.
King Queen suited now.
10 seconds.
Brent, I can't help as we see the 250 from the button. Inquire as to what your experience was like just there.
Really
Remember,
10 seconds.
Diamond domination here for Khavin. Chewy defends with the 3-4. Swing and a miss for him. Gutter and a couple of overs for Filipp. Oh, in slides the 10. As Khavin didn't follow through, but did bink. You'll remember that he played very slowly, let's say, on the turn last time out. Granted, he didn't have a made hand, but he had heaps of equity.
Indeed.
And then induced a bet out of Chewy on the end. Not the case this time. Speaks up and ends matters. I gotta tell you, I kind of admire the patience with which
Where the blinds go to next.
the boys have kind of handled themselves out there.
75, 140.
Occasionally when it's a slog, you can see some irritability take root. People want to get the hands out, you know, get it over with.
Yeah, no
Go
haste.
register event 9.
They all seem very content with just playing a little poker.
Yeah.
No rush. Enjoy the moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big swing for Khavin, too, taking that chip lead with a win. He will become the outright leader on the quest for the PokerGO Cup.
What a feat that would be. Event 2 champ. Checks back the 7-4. Note the limp on the button is a different look out of Grice. Finds a Broadway gutter. More than we can say for Filipp. Chewy not involved in this one, guys. We can cut away. There it is. No, 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 no. Still not involved. There you go. Well, the check back doesn't bring the jack, but it does bring the ace. Not that Grice needed it. He bets, and yet another uneventful exchange.
Well, in that case, let me cue the music, Ali. Let's bring some spice to this party, shall we?
Let's indeed. If you bring $150, you can season your bankroll mightily. A $3 million guaranteed Survivor Madness World Championship hosted by Nick Wright is available now through March 19th over at Splash Sports. Head to splashsports.com/Nick and reserve your spot before this one sells out. $2.8 million overlay right now, according to Brent, as of this morning. Although, you know, once you start talking about a big overlay like that,
It'll fill. It'll fill.
people tend to come out of the woodwork.
The agreement was, you know, if there's an overlay, our boy Nick Wright might have to cough it up.
Yeah, I don't know much about his agent and manager, but I know enough to know they wouldn't put him in that spot.
What color was it?
Red. I did have a red card.
Fair.
True.
You'd never guarantee $1 million? Personally?
No, man, I'm not in that business. Four, 3 of hearts in the limping business.
Isn't that what the Epic Poker Tour did years ago?
You know, it's a bit of a sore spot. The Epic Poker Tour, I still have unpaid invoices.
I shouldn't laugh.
By the way, they were a lot of money for that time.
Yeah, they
in
were
my
paying,
life.
right? Yeah.
Well, they weren't.
It was big money.
As it turns out.
It's big money.
Ace-8 deuce board here. Wheel draw backdoor hearts for Khavin. Ducks for Grice. $1.25. Quickly called. Semi-bluff lead from Filipp does produce the backdoor heart draw.
Hello. Very rarely do you have 2 overs, a flush draw, and a straight draw with 4 high. But that's what we have here.
275.
I gotta go back to my vertical peels. Keep things under control.
The peels are good, just though when you muck that one.
Yeah.
I can see it.
When I was peeling and mucking, I was just pushing them, but over here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to slide them.
Yeah.
Second barrel of 275, getting it done.
You were concerned about a shutout earlier, bro. Now look at you.
Things have changed a little bit.
Indeed.
Pretty one on the puck. Upstairs. Hard 8 now for Chewy.
Yeah, off of 20 bigs and change. This seems inevitable. It can only go one direction.
Colin?
And it's right there.
2-4,
north,
I believe.
All of it. Painful for Khavin.
Not quite
Such
right.
a pretty hand.
2575. No. Yes.
Pretty hand.
Jack 10 of spades.
Queen Jack of diamonds.
Not durable enough to take the full heat. Forced to fold is the Queen Jack. Let's get a look now then at where things stand. Filipp Khavin having the time of his life out there right now. With wife and daughter watching back in Florida, he is your chip leader. North of Chewy by a couple of 100,000 and change. Ben Grise, 2.5 million. Not panicking whatsoever, though the blinds being at 75, 125. Obviously diluted things considerably from the 5,100 level that preceded it. Grice raising it up.
Oh, I did it again. I don't know if it exposed, but I completely forgot. Is that better? I don't know if you saw anything.
I wasn't looking.
Okay. I gotta get my act together.
Should I see my own cards?
That's smart.
Bad side of an open-ender here in a 250 a man altercation. The ace-4 ensuring that that king on the turn would not be disastrous for Grice.
250.
250.
And he brings forward another 250. Job done. Boy, look at that. 2.9 each.
Chop it up, fellas.
Oh, I don't think Chewy's got chop on his mind. Certainly favors his experience against this crew. Although, again, I have to say, both Khavin and Grice are not here by accident. They have been impressive. They've really handled themselves very well en route to three-handed battle, and I would imagine beyond.
There we go. That was safe.
Call, 125.
Dominant 3 for Khavin. Limps the suited combo. Grice likes the 6 tray offsuit even less on this flop. Middle pair slips it to him. Quick check back. No equity acquisition. Still no betting. Now a pair of 6s on the end for Grice. Wonder whether or not value pursuits They're going to leave him paying off. 300 into 375 is big, but as played, you got to wonder whether or not this isn't a bluff. I could see Grice getting curious potentially.
A pair's a pair, yeah.
Everything missed. But did your man check 2 streets
Only
with
thing
better
that
than a 6?
Might be, yeah, he is going to call, but I don't know if Khavin's bluffs are that size. You might just sprinkle the 125 to 150 rather than near pot. Great value for Khavin. A little separation now. 40% of the chips, and with a win,
I thought you might be going for
Khavin will be the
value
outright
lighter than
leader
that.
for the PokerGO Cup.
That one's going to go a long way to breaking the gridlock at the top of the leaderboard for the Tampa Bay sports fan who regularly goes to games
Probably
with his
not,
fam.
though.
There it is, steak jerky, the beef stick. He just got the last little
Bad call.
morsel.
It was a bad call.
See, like, there's something about the stick as opposed to just, you know, strips of the jerky where I can kind of still gather what the original product was. But the stick is a little too processed.
Are you here to tell us that you're not a man of the meat stick?
No. Yeah, I'm 100% not a man of the meat stick, Brent. And let that, you know, add that to my file.
I love them.
Well,
Chewy now.
good for you.
6 is Ali. This is
Like, not love?
no, yeah. I mean, it's you're a little worried about Grice, but I think we're shoving all the time, picking up that money in the middle.
2825.
And I would imagine this gets through.
Sure enough. King 8 and Ace 8 suited. Forcefully into the bin.
I want to circle back to the meat.
Yeah, that's by all means, Brent. Circle back to the meat.
My type of jerky that I prefer is the Old West variation. I like a dry jerky. I don't like the moist. I
Yeah.
like it crunchy.
You want to pop a filling.
dry, like old school. You know, when all my hunting buddies back east made their venison jerky, that's my style. You like the real sticky stuff, huh?
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
exotic flavor
To
combos,
each
stuff
their
like
own.
that. You know, moist. Otherwise, it's like a desiccant in your mouth, like a mouthful of cotton.
I love it. I love it. I'll just put that bear right in my pocket. You know, Napoleon Dynamite style, the tots. I just put the jerky right in the pocket. But if I try that with the wet, stuff will stick. And you get the linen in your mouth.
Did you ever consider maybe like a Ziploc or something?
No, I don't need the Ziploc. I'm wearing my Levi's. I put the jerky right in the pocket.
Right.
Pull it out, you know, have a little bite, then maybe pop a Zen. That's
Thank you
my
for that.
style.
That's great,
Yeah.
Brent. I see you're unlikely to reach back into the pouch of sesame teriyaki that you had a visceral reaction to earlier. So
A little too gooey
yeah,
for my palate.
I'll help myself.
You're diving in deep, aren't you? Look at you go. You got half a packet in here, mate. That's some real chaw.
I think it's a call a flop.
My kind of flop, 9-6-9. Very nice. Grice, by the looks of it, has the best, but we are unclear what Khavin has under the hood. Mystery hand. Check all the way to the river. Thought maybe we'd hear from Grice on the turn. Now, certainly, we got to find a little value in hope of. Could target ace high, even get some very sticky calls from queen high type holdings, despite us having one. But I love this.
Khavin does make the call and does get shown the winner.
Will we see the big reveal? What did Khavin have? I'm going to go with queen high or ace high,
Yeah.
Ali. I don't think it was a pair.
I also don't think that I'm ever again, you know, throughout the course of my career, I've experimented with the attempts to surreptitiously
pass the play-by-play?
No,
You didn't like
ingest a number of different things whilst in the booth.
What'd you call me with?
Jerky,
find
really
out.
not one that lends itself
I did pretty good.
to that practice.
Takes a while
It
to
took
chew.
me out.
Yeah. Yeah, you were
I
locked
was
in.
just gone for
Yeah.
most of that pot.
Yeah. That's okay.
And yet I'm
all right.
folding another piece and contemplating going in yet again. I'm
How
not
did-
going to do it.
Were you impressed by the way I was able to take over that hand and walk us through?
You know, so impressed, Brent, was I?
Are you going to have another bite?
That I was thinking about maybe just packing my belongings and just leaving you in here by yourself
Please don't.
for the run of this.
Oh, please don't, Ellie. It's the stuff that, you know, the countdowns at the beginning, the top of the show, the middle, the end. I can't do that. I'm not wired for these moments.
Yeah,
You want me to call the flop? I can call the flop.
but that's where the buck stops.
That's
does
it. That's all I've got.
I get it.
Yeah. I need a script. I need a real countdown, and I can't really hear it because then I get confused, and then I start saying 10, 9, 8. I
get
start
it.
counting it down, Ali. I think that's what I'm supposed to say.
Right. You're Ron Burgundy. Ace Jack here.
Hold on.
Grice doesn't need a script. Up we go. The full clip. Ace tray suited here for Chewy. No real hesitation whatsoever. Well, what is it going to take for somebody to break free and bring us to heads up, for that matter? Feels like it's going to be the product of evil doings from the deck. But absent that, I'm not sure any of these guys is prepared to make it easy.
Is there any chance I could take an impromptu bathroom break?
Yeah,
I
but
don't
we're
wanna
going to
mess
need to
up
leave the mic
production.
on.
Hey, Liz?
Please don't.
If they agree.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can I run to the rest of after this hand?
I would actually run now.
I'd prefer to go now. Thank you. Trying to stay hydrated under these lights.
150.
Is that okay?
Tinkle time by the sounds of it.
Grice taking a
that's fine.
sip of chips.
Yeah. I'll be
The little
under a
stab.
minute. Thank you.
Under a minute does suggest that
You got to stop the clock, though.
we're going to need to check to make sure the hands are moist on the way back.
Huh?
You know, I'd hate to see him with a pit stop that didn't involve, you know, a quick hand wash.
Yeah, little soap.
A lot of soap. You know, not really one of those things we need to skimp on.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, got to look at the leaderboard just moments ago there. 27 to 22 to 20. That's the distribution of chips in terms of big blinds. Or at present, Chewy is leading, Grice in second, Khavin in third.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been pretty well studied, scientifically speaking, that one should wash their hands after using the restroom. There's no reason why you wouldn't. Is that fair, or is there an argument
Much better this
against?
time. See, you couldn't see a thing.
Are you asking me to play devil's advocate for not washing one's hands?
I'm just curious. I mean, maybe there are certain cultures and where this is just not
I really don't like
the norm.
I've certainly
Dude,
observed a
obviously, it's
multitude
just
of cultures
obnoxious
not
exposure
washing their
cards. Like,
hands
I'm
on the way out of the restroom.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
definitely not trying to do that.
I wouldn't swab
But I
a poker
appreciate you
deck.
telling me, because otherwise I won't change
You
it.
know, wouldn't use cards as a placemat.
It's not like some sort of natural immunity. If maybe you just keep it all soily.
I mean, germs are good for us,
right?
In terms of building up a robust immune system, sure. That doesn't mean that I'd like your smegma on the deck.
Smegma?
That's right.
Not
just
familiar.
don't even just Google.
You'd like me to
just
Google?
I wouldn't. No, actually, I'd be happy
Smegma?
either way.
How do you spell that?
Just play with it.
What?
Actually, don't. This morning, I told myself I was going to come to work and talk poker. Boy, was I wrong. You want to get right? While the pros are battling here in Vegas, why don't you grab a mouse and battle online, because the PokerGO Cup is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. Don't miss it. Play the PokerGO Cup online at globalpoker.com and bring the cup home. $375 out of the small. 10-9 isn't going to get through race 4. 10-6-5 out flopping is Khavin.
Well, well, well.
But note the ace of hearts for Grice. This is a wet one.
This very well. Maybe a development.
250. That's not going to dismount Grice.
We've seen Grice, what he likes to do with these flush draws. Not this time, just call.
Reminder that the ladder between third and second, a healthy $42,000, and now added health on the turn for Khavin, who makes 2 pair. That removes an ace as one of Grice's outs. And it also motivates Khavin to barrel again. 700,000 and Grice mucks it.
Instantly hits the muck with the ace of hearts. I am a little shocked. Maybe the sizing, of course, deterring him from wanting to come along for the ride. I suppose the plan was, well, I'll call once, and if I don't hit it on the turn, I'll just be out.
Had the goods, huh?
I had it.
Had the goods.
Man, it's like he just
got
sort of
smaller on
knew.
the turn.
If I had the ace of hearts there,
Pretty
I'd be
happy with
pretending
that.
I had the nut flush.
How come?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
250.
Khavin at it again, and once more an ace-4 behind him. This time Grice bins it out of the small. And 6-2 off, too dusty for Chewy.
High race flop, we're getting it in.
I would not be very excited, but probably.
Jack 10 now. On the button for Grice.
250.
250.
Worthy of the min-raise open. Pretty one for Khavin in the big. He stuffs and no meal made by Grice. Snap folds and now drifts even further back of the pack.
Yep.
You know, it's still wide open. Nobody running away with it. Even Grice, who's our short stack,
I felt it.
It's been blessed by Chewy.
can absolutely win this thing.
This particular FT has really had the tone set by an almost complete, no sooner do I say this than Grice jams with King 7 in the face of the limp, but
what was
almost
it?
a complete absence
It was a 7.
of what you generally will find at an FT, which is
Felt like a
one
9.
player deciding to press.
I gave you more credit.
In particular, when they feel as though
I wish it wasn't that. I
everybody is
called.
being really passive.
I would even suggest that hand 1, how we started the day, dictated that entire flow. With Darren Elias when he 2-barreled King 9 offsuit into Chewy's Queen 9. You recall this?
Sure.
He came in as the chip leader, tried to play sheriff,
10 seconds.
250.
and just got completely shut down. Ever since hand 1, that sort of trend has been what we have been fixated on.
That
Nobody
lack
running
of-
away with it. No alpha, nobody out here setting the tone.
Cool.
Yeah, it's been placid by and large. Chewy limps Jack 6. Spadeless King High board here. Queen High still best.
Maybe now some separation. Khavin with that pot has half the chips. He has been the most impressive thus far. Started off as one of the shorter stacks at this final table. He has mightily accumulated. And again, with a first place, Khavin becomes the outright leader in the PokerGO Cup standings.
Yeah, not unlike Brock Wilson, who has 2 wins under his belt. He would be part of the 2-winner club in the series. And I confess, while, you know, the fields aren't massive,
Momentum.
winning 2 of these things against the
thing.
sort of opposition that's, you know, buying into them is really remarkable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And for not 1 but 2 players potentially to be achieving that, we're having to close out here as you see him approaching that 5 million mark that Chewy once upon a time held. It would be quite the feat. Hooks for Chewy.
10 seconds.
250.
Stays the course with an open to 250. Ace in the small now for Khavin.
He's not going to call. Yeah, these are 3-betting chips. Going right back to Chewy.
And he's got enough of them to do this.
Time extension.
800.
Kiss that 800K goodbye. Chewy's type of hand, this type of stack size, all of it.
All in.
All in.
And no sooner did Khavin find a high water mark than he is being tested here by Chewy. And that hand just doesn't have the durability to square off. Credit him for trying, though. Almost in response to what we were discussing in terms of that dearth of aggression. But
Look at the stacks now. Khavin and Chewy. Dead even.
And Grice, by the way, not really looking much like a guy who's going to be headed for the exits anytime soon, despite having just 11 bigs. You saw him fold that ace of hearts on the turn.
Yeah.
It's going to take something cold to get him out of that seat.
Now, he is, dare I say, sticky Grice.
Sticky Grice? A playoff of sticky rice, I take it?
That's right.
You're so cultured, Brent.
Well, let's not get carried away.
You know what? You're right.
Let's no, no one's ever accused me of being cultured.
Yeah, I suppose it was a facetious and more comedic allegation. Is it over yet?
What's that, life?
No. Just
oh, the event. Culture?
No, just no. We're still three-handed, are we?
We've lost you.
This is where, you know, having some sort of interventionary wrinkle at our disposal, the wheel of demise, perhaps, you know. Guys, beginning of level 24, as you know, we spin the wheel, and if your seat comes up, showers.
Oh,
like the decimator.
Like they're eliminated. You're not trying to kill them.
No. It's not Squid Game.
Okay, yeah.
Meanwhile, Chewy killing it here versus Jack 10. Khavin doesn't know that he's dominated and understandably does defend his big blind against the assault. Two nines, two hearts, and a 4. Chewy declining to follow through. And his check now leaves Khavin grabbing the initiative. Just 175, though, is so paltry. Chewy does peel. Oh, 10 on the turn. Binky for Khavin, who really didn't have a lot of paths. Now, this is the cleanest of them.
No, and it's also the type of card where I believe Chewy may be compelled to get to the river. Ghost check, and how about a king?
So the old suck and resuck. Khavin briefly enjoying the best hand on the turn, not barreling. Wanting to keep a lid on things with those 2 nines out there. Well, it didn't feel as though Chewy was going to produce one as played, but the free swing at the river has given him the king.
I think he's going to really guarantee that he gets paid off here too. As played, the pace, Khavin's posture, disposition. Chewy knows that Khavin has showdown value, connected along the way. Whether it's a 4 or a 10, Chewy is aware. And this 400,000 is just perfect. I don't see how we can fold a 10, but if Khavin can find the fold, it would be heroic.
10 seconds.
He blocks Queen Jack. He unblocks diamonds. The 10 of hearts isn't a great one.
He just feels like he's being taken to Value Town, and he's right. I just think it's such a strong hand. can't fault him for flicking in the call, but what a fold it would be if he can find it.
Can't fault him for not finding it, though.
Nice. Thanks.
400K coaxed off of his stack by Chewy, who moments ago was staring across at Khavin with $4.5 million. Now it is he who enjoys that stack depth.
Time extensions.
Yeah, I got
So the boys are being given a short break, which means we will as well. 36 picks deep is Andrew Lichtenberger, as he's ridden a roller coaster of late. Filipp Khavin second in chips with just shy of 2.9. Ben Grice at 1.4 as the three-handed marathon continues. Keep it close. More of event number 8 after this.
Want to play online poker for free? With Play Poker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, Play Poker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Well, now, I don't know what aeronautics, is that what you said?
Aeronautics are different. Aromatics.
Aromatics?
You do know what that is.
I do?
You know, it's crazy. Maybe you don't. The root word is aroma.
Oh, there it is.
There, now you click.
Yeah.
I wish everyone could have seen that.
Yeah, it's a lovely city in Chicago.
Yeah.
The North Face brand, however, I've known Darren, I've played with Darren for a number of years. He almost always, look back at photos 10 years ago. Tell me what type of jacket you have discovered.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
The North Face.
You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix. Ace, queen of hearts. You are right about that, though. Over the course of the last 3 broadcasts, the dizzying pace with which players were vanquished came as a big surprise. Uncharacteristically fast, even with the structure.
Raise 120.
10 seconds.
Min raise the open. Ace 10 offsuit for Elias.
Darren is very aggressive in these spots.
350.
And sure enough, he brings the 350 forward, and it cuts a couple of ways. Obviously, Darren trying to leverage the ICM on Grice, but if Ben is willing to open a hand, it should be one durable enough to take this heat, and one that performs reasonably well against something like an ace-10 off. As we can see, it performs extraordinarily well in this situation. Calls the extra 230, pot grows to 850K. You know Becker loves to see it. Hello, nut flush draw. King 5-4, couple of hearts. Elias, a bit of drift here. Imagine that Grice isn't looking to inflate.
Probably not, but this type of board, you're likely willing to play for stacks.
You'd rather not, if given the opportunity.
No. Let's see what Elias does as far as continuation. May just lay a price.
250.
Here comes 250K. Price is nice. Roughly 4.5 to 1 the lay. On a call. Grice going to do a little bit of accounting just to make sure he understands the SPR development once he clicks call and what he suspects.
I think he's considering maybe more than call.
What do you have? What do you say?
Boy, there is a whole lot of physicality associated with this spot here, and I wonder whether or not Darren is making anything of it. For me, if I'm in Darren's seat, I really don't feel as though this hand is all that strong. It would require a lot of posturing. We return with more of event number 8 of the 2026 PokerGO Cup, which began 6 strong, but now sits with just 3 remaining combatants. Most recent elimination was Darren Elias, Ali Najad, and Brent Hanks in the booth. And these 3 planted firmly in their seats. Correction, by the way, Nick Seward was out in 4th, not Elias. It's been so long, I confess, I've mixed them up. It's been real gridlock. A game of pass the chips around has really broken out as they jockey for the $42,000 ladder, and the efforts to do so are going to become more and more difficult. We now play 75, 150. The immediate impact being felt on Grice, sub 10 bigs. Not a lot of decisions remaining. Dominant 5 here. Blind versus blind limp. Turns his hand into middle pair on a king high board versus the gut shot. Khavin speaks first. 1/3 pot. Not the loudest statement. In comes the call. Queen on the turn, another overcard to the 9s.
Wow. I didn't expect Grice to want to bet, but
just 200
quite
into the
nice,
750,
yeah.
but I agree with you, Brent. I think he kind of reads Khavin for some honest poker in that spot. Not worried about the king or the queen, as played. And maybe setting himself up nicely, even if he did get called, to turn the hand into a bluff if needed. Or if deemed necessary, for that matter.
it's a big pickup for Grice. I know it's a small pot, but stay above that 10 big blind mark.
Well, we did touch on the fact that Grice, not a professional poker player by trade, Khavin very much is.
10 seconds.
Involved in real estate and going to be involved in this pot with a couple of 10s. See if Chewy will have any interest.
Time extension.
Don't know what lurks just yet.
Oh, I think he'll have interest. Certainly a playable one for Chewy.
10 seconds.
Hadn't seen the queen 9, but I agree with you. He digs. Six, 4 deuce, all clubs, and this is all Grice.
All
Just decides to keep it
in. You know
simple
if you need a count.
with a rip, and no count
Good.
is required. So I embarked upon this kind of a story on Grice as, unlike Chewy and Filipp, not being a professional poker player by trade. And in his bio, I couldn't help but notice that there's mention of a couple of businesses that he runs. There was BenBuysIndieHouses.com, but then there's also InvestWithBen.com. And in the effort to kind of entertain myself during the
Oh, there you are. You found it.
the lag, I have gone over to Invest with Ben,
Uh-huh.
and I'm just kind of navigating around.
10 seconds.
Wholesale properties
300.
on offer.
Are you thinking about,
Fold.
you know, flicking it in? Or are you going to become one with the investments?
I
All in?
I am not, but you know,
Yes, that's the first button I've raised in hours.
Grice lamenting that his investment was fruitless from the button, as Khavin piled on top of him.
Might not be paying
you know,
attention though.
That doesn't mean that we don't have an opportunity here potentially,
Pretty hand.
Brent, to
Mine
shine a
was
bit of a
not,
light
but it was a good hand.
on the Invest with Ben portfolio.
Like raise, folding a pretty hand.
Yes, I had to do it against Chewy earlier. I'm like Queen Jack of Diamonds.
In fact,
Piece of me died.
You had
for
King Jack suited?
Queen Jack of Diamonds.
less than
but
first place
the one hand
money
where I opened and you shoved.
Gotcha.
in this particular event
Fours then.
right now,
Yes.
as listed on investwithben.com, you could become the proud owner of
Seconds.
Yeah, fold.
a property on Dale Hollow Drive in Indianapolis,
Hollow
1225 Dale Hollow
Oh.
Drive to be exact. A single-family home listed at
Looks like farm random for
$189,000.
me.
Meanwhile, $1.75 million
Wait, cards, yeah.
out of Khavin here. Grice ready to step
They're
up
all
to
in
the
right now.
copy machine.
Ace-9 suited, King 3 off. Ace-9
Proud
suited, and King 3
owner.
off.
Of 65% equity,
Yes.
and his ROI could be immediate and profound. Gonna fade a gutter and a
It's not a
king.
bad one.
Threes also could be an issue.
You want an ace?
Not really.
10 outs
He's
twice
being honest.
for Khavin.
Or the wheel draw?
Looking to punch his ticket to heads up, but it's not going to happen on the turn. Will it happen on the river, perhaps? Will gridlock give way? Will Ben Grice take a dirty beat? No, he will not.
1.750, right?
What he will do, however,
7.
is count down
750.
and take a big bite out of Filipp Khavin.
1.750.
Khavin down to 7 bigs.
Fairly sizable foreclosure
It's just the ace
on his
50 wheel
property.
draw too.
Yeah, I was just thinking of a king.
Yeah.
You know, Brent, if and this is no knock on Indianapolis or the good people of the Midwest whatsoever, but if things go south for us at any point, it does seem like we could take what's left and get back on our feet with a much more nominal nest egg out here in Indianapolis. I see you've clicked on a property. Have you found something that you're keen on in the
I've
Invest
got
with Ben
family
portfolio?
all over Indianapolis.
Okay.
10 seconds.
And yeah, I'm seeing a lot of property here that I'm interested in.
Well, listen.
I'm not moving anytime soon, but if I were to settle down in you know, the Midwest, I might have to go over and speak with Ben.
Yeah, Ben's your man.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, chooses to limp his queen 7. Chewy allows it with the ace. And it's gutter versus ace high on a 10-8-6 board. Queen of diamonds works as well. No action on the flop. And this turn doesn't exactly lend itself to the idea that either of these guys are looking to activate. And yet, reaching for chips is Grice.
Wow.
And you see the immediate impact of buffer and breathing room on his procedure. He's keen to play some cards now.
Sort of surprised that Chewy just let him out. I suppose you're in no man's land with ace high. Grice now the chip leader.
Boy, it was not that long ago that he was in the outhouse. Now he's in the big house. Although isn't the big house slang for prison?
Yeah, it is.
He's more the warden in the big house,
right?
Sitting on the chip lead, albeit not by a big margin over Chewy.
You ever been to the big house?
Jail? No.
Michigan, the stadium. I believe that's the
yeah.
nickname for it.
No, I've been to Ohio State.
The horseshoe.
Yes.
Yeah. How about jail?
No. No, have you been to jail, Brent?
No, not yet.
You haven't been arrested?
Never, actually. You believe that? Close.
What do you mean by close?
Well,
they abandoned the pursuit?
College incident. We may or may not have taken a security golf cart at St. Bonaventure University.
You know what's so funny?
Yeah.
I swear to you, the first thing that I thought of was you stole a golf cart.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Been there, by the way.
Took it down to the bars.
Nicely done.
Yep.
It's good, clean fun. Meanwhile, a bit of a soiled King 7 suited given the presence of King 8 elsewhere. As Chewy took us up. 6-6-3 board. Not of interest.
Grice is in there.
And off rolls a 7 for Chewy. Wonder how he's going to approach this. Obviously, he's made improvements, but 6X feels more so like it belongs to the big blind defending range versus the open razor. 4-5 could be lurking as well.
I like this.
So the check back does feel sage. Now a third 6 leaves us feeling even better about things on the river.
There is a world in which Chewy can get paid off as well. You know, maybe Grice thinks he needs to turn his hand into a bluff, and that is 250.
It's just not enough to clear out a lot of the stuff that you need to find the bin. Now, as we can see, it really didn't matter what sizing he came with. In all likelihood, Chewy's going to be curious with a 7. But in terms of reasonable sizing, you pile 3.1 in there, maybe we're asking ourselves if it's worth it. But
I don't know. You know, ace high is never folding.
850.
Right. What are we looking to accomplish, perhaps, is the question we need to ask. And as soon as we hear 850 cross Andrew's lips.
You might be bluffing with the best hand.
No.
Yeah, regret taking hold. As
The fact that he said you might be bluffing with the best hand makes me think that Grice was perhaps trying to fold out a hand like King 10, King Jack. But,
No,
you know,
I had a good hand, but
never
I did not have sevens
Makes
full.
sense, do they? You would have bet the turn.
Well, if you want to level up your tournament game for spots like the one these three find themselves in, turn to Octopi Poker and their 12-week MTT study program, which is available now, but the offer to get it ends soon. Access their GTO trainer, sim library, vault daily challenges, and weekly coaching with Matt Hunt, all for just $90. Don't wait. Head to octopipoker.ai/pricing to sign up and get to work. And Chewy, of course, involved in Octopi Poker, right, Brent? One of the minds behind it, if I'm not mistaken.
he is one of the original founders, co-founders, but I believe no longer a part of the company.
Divested?
Separation. Divested.
Do we know if it was an amicable divorce?
I believe so. Yeah.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. I mean, does he seem like the kind of guy that could be?
Do you think he was forced out?
Well, I don't. I'm not going to speculate.
I mean, so what you're saying is of all the original tentacles at Octopi, one of them has been regenerated. It's not the original tentacle.
Yeah, and I will, as a, part owner of the company, I probably should leave this one alone.
Wow, I didn't know you had your beak wet in this one.
Yeah, if we could just move on. We've got
Sure.
a development here.
Yeah, we
Ali.
do. The wetter of the beaks in this exchange belongs to Chewy, who's going to be heavily invested in jacks and fours now on the turn after it goes check, check. He did make it 450 after Grice tried to limp in. Grice hung in there with that serviceable King 9 suited. But unfortunately for him, he's got the inferior holding. Has done well to check again.
He can't fold either. Chewy is got a stranglehold on this one at the moment. What a check back there by Chewy, lying in the weeds. Seemingly guarantees another street of value. As played.
Like 650.
9.
I have a jack.
Oh my gosh.
Lead for 650 on the river after Chewy check back not one but two streets.
What a cooler.
And you see Ben, breathless, really felt like he had a winner as
She let me
played.
off the hook.
Well, I was trying to get you to bluff, but you had something good.
Yeah.
But this has very much been the story of the day.
How
They've
much
been
can I get on
pawing
the
at each
river?
other and kind of
How much can you get? Oh, yeah, you were asking
unwilling to
yourself.
take
Yeah.
big risk, let's call it, for the most part. I don't know if you agree with me on that, but you know what I mean? It's been just tiptoes out there. No bulls in this China shop.
Pretty defensive.
Yeah.
A lot of jabs. Reminds me of a Mayweather fight.
Sure. Or like an old school SEC in-conference matchup, final score 9-6.
Yeah.
2 for 23 on third down. 4 first downs in the game.
A lot of running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smash mouth a little bit, but it hasn't been, I don't know, smash mouth is not the way that I would describe it. I just think it's been jabs and not a lot of
we got
big
action.
punches. But the raise to $1 million from Chewy covering Khavin. Jack 5 suited is going to find itself up against what? Drum roll, please. King 10 off. 2.2 million in the middle. Can Chewy work his way to heads up? That flop suggests not. Top 2 for Khavin.
Club or queen? What do you want, club or queen?
I want both. I want the queen of clubs. Right? Why not?
That's the sweatiest of turns.
I feel like having a flush
That's too
draw.
greedy.
Oh.
There you go.
The jack. And it's never easy, says Khavin. Why couldn't I just lock it up? Is a second hook in his future? No, it isn't.
You didn't want to see diamond paint?
I did not.
Just when you thought Chewy was going to start running away with it,
No.
things all of a sudden are interesting.
No.
Big double for Khavin.
Oh, sorry.
8, 9, 925.
925. Okay.
6, 7, 8, 9. 1 million and 25.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah. Sorry, dude. Yeah. 1 million.
There's the moment of resilience worn by Filipp Khavin, wife
Good
and
man, brother.
daughter.
Thank you.
No doubt. Rejoicing in the living room. Trying to will Papa back into this thing. And that pot certainly has helped their efforts. 2.2 million sounded like a lot once upon a time at this FT, but it's just good for 14 bigs right now.
3.
Still a little bit more than Grice, though. Chewy continuing to hold court despite the L.
Time extension.
3. 2,300,000.
Jamming once more, this time from the button and getting it through is Chewy. Back on form. You know, interestingly in the chat, Neil R says Chewy gets to go crazy now and get away with everything. And I thought that there were other
That 20 seconds really
opportunities
creeps up on you.
Yeah.
for Chewy
I had to learn that.
to maybe
At the
demonstrate
beginning, I was just bleeding extension.
that blunt force, but we've not really seen it out of him.
No, he seems to just be very content with the situation at hand. Nickel dime and small pot after small pot. Chewy believes he has a superior skill set. And with the chip lead, he doesn't want to easily just give it away.
I'm not alleging that either of the other two aren't studied, but Chewy's day in, day out in these streets and has been for so long.
I thought you might.
I also recall an exchange.
Have a 9, have 8, I don't know, 8.
Let these guys carry on.
Well played.
Go on.
An exchange with Chewy where he was analyzing his own play, and he was pretty critical of himself in spots at final tables where he felt like he gave it away. He was overly aggressive.
Too hasty.
Yes, and I think he's tried to patch things up a bit, fix the leaks that he was discovering about himself. So perhaps this performance here today, this I don't dare say a passive Chewy, but a bit more mindful and, you know, taking it a bit more in stride.
Yeah, that story checks out, by the way. It tracks with the mindfulness that I think he's always focused upon having and kind of the lack of ego as well on Chewy. He's not sat here against these two guys going, do you know who I am, and feeling entitled about it. He knows he's going to have to earn it, and he knows he's going to have to bring his A game. They've both proven formidable adversaries, and he's also not shown any irritability in response to that reality that confronts him, as He now is confronted with a very unpleasant vista of ace-10 for all clubs after opening to 350, well behind Khavin's middle pair. Goes check, check, and now suddenly he's found equity with a gutter. Can't imagine that Khavin's going to be keen to try to combo value out of 10s on this board with both the ace and all the clubs.
Chewy may be thinking about some devious thoughts here. No club in hand with the gutter. Does not. Nice knuckle. Maybe a little bit more patience on display. This is also could be the form of a very delayed c-bet, this type of texture. Chewy did raise it up to 350. You just have 9 high. Only chance you can win possibly is by betting.
In a different ecosystem, I feel as though that river bet looks more desperate, but it has been the order of the day to look for single streets of value at this FT amongst these three.
There's a world in which she sizes up, but instead I like this. Just go small. You're going to lose the pot. I don't think Khavin's ever folding, but this is nice. Just a little splash can be effective. It looks milky. Didn't bet pot. Didn't go 2x jam out of nowhere, which may have worked, by the way. But even this sizing by design, look at how uncomfortable Khavin is, because he feels like he's being taken to value town. The mind games at play. If you're Khavin, I think you just have to settle on call. Chewy is certainly going to value bet worse. He may consider an 8 a worse 10.
4 1/4.
9 high.
You love hearing 9 high, as Khavin did utilize multiple time banks, but ultimately settles on the right decision, and his camp will be thrilled to see it. When you check back 2 streets like that, you just have to be prepared to just accept that every now and again you call that river barrel and you're wrong, but you have to call it because you've opened the door. You've really invited it.
Yeah, invited it. You're under-repped, and both of those guys, that was a great pot. I know it didn't seem like much, but effective for Chewy and Khavin. Well done. I would love to see Grice pounce on this. Started the hand around 10 bigs. Just king deuce off, attack the limp.
7, 7, 10. No attack. Both players with the big little offsuit combo that has come into favor as a bluff candidate. Neither interested in that.
No, but
the board double pairs.
That's comfort for Grice now with king high. I don't think he really expects to see too much ace high out of Khavin as played. And I'm guessing they're both content with getting to showdown, but if I'm Grice, I might even consider a little sprinkle with king high. You put queens in a bit of a blender and you can certainly get called, but you're happy with the pot nonetheless.
So a small one. He'll take what he can get. Suited king on the button. Khavin clicks. And he'll take an orbit's worth of tokens.
Yeah, sorry.
It does feel like something's got to give. And obviously Grice has shown resilience and would love to advise the boys, whatever does give, it's not going to be me. Pot. Grice electing not to attack from the button. Flush draw versus queens up here. But again, we've seen that reluctance to really breathe a whole lot of life across multiple streets into these pots, and that is in part to what we owe this protracted three-man affair. Perhaps taking its toll on Grice in the background. Stretching it out. Chewy pondering over how he wants to approach 150, and we've got our answer. 375. And boy, that does make things a little weird on the Jack Deuce. We unblock the spades. And he does relinquish. Does Khavin. And part of it could be in context too. You know, he's caught Chewy on a couple of occasions, as I recall. And maybe he's just thinking the guy's not doing it 3 times.
Yeah.
You know, there's that.
There's also, I mean, you're just guessing. Do you really want to guess against Chewy? Starting on the flop turn and eventually by the river.
1, 2, 2 this
I
hand?
mean, you could just be dead. Chewy can have a queen there. It's understandable.
The warden's back. You need a baton, bro.
Level 24.
Yeah.
Altitude. That bodes poorly for playability and post-flop poker. Specifically for Ben Grice, now under 10 bigs.
10 seconds.
Fold.
Wow, probably gonna get a walk.
Really?
Yeah, and has a bear.
That's something?
All day.
That's 7 deuce. Nice hand. Pretty good timing for me, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think you haven't given me a walk all day.
That was it right there.
That was good, very good time.
I finally got up to 7 deuce, you know? Had to let it go.
So you've had it every other time.
I mean, you know, better than 7 deuce.
Better than 7 deuce.
All in?
All in.
Khavin's ace rips on the button. Queen 10, not the one for Grice. See if Chewy wakes up. He's got King Jack of clubs. He's asking for a count.
No, 2-5, I think.
Wow, this is Chewy might have to call, but
2575.
this is tough.
Well, I wonder what sort of range he assigns to Khavin based on what he's observed procedurally on the day. Apparently range that would include things underperforming against King Jack of clubs. So he does make the call, and Khavin's back is up against the wall, but he does have a 9% edge.
The ace has not lost yet today.
The aces.
Is it did lose?
I don't know. I hope
The
so.
aces are hot. The aces have been hot.
We're about to find out.
I think they're like 4-0 today on all in.
I mean, we got to regress to the mean, right? Got to be a time.
5-0.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. While Khavin has outflopped, always had the lead, of course, this top pair is vulnerable to queens. Queen of clubs was binned. Turn is kosher. And the river halal. Ace is up for good measure. Khavin up to $5.5 million as he whacks Chewy down to 1.6, and suddenly he's the mayor.
That was so critical for the obvious reasons. Chewy wins that. In his mind, it's over. And now instead, Chewy on the ropes as the shortest stack. And Khavin has more than 60% of the chips in play. Keep in mind, Ali, there's only 40 big blinds total in circulation right now. Every pot is oh so critical.
Well, we alluded to the idea that the longer it takes to break three-handed play down to heads up, the less poker will be available to those who are fortunate enough to square off for the title. Down, but by no means out. Both Chewy and Grice now will be jockeying at the back of the pack for this ladder. The suited edition of King Jack contributing to this recent demise for Chewy, the offsuit version being put to work.
Oh man, Chewy's begging for a call. King 4 is probably a qualifier, yeah.
The same hand unsuited.
Well, it's not
And that is a great spot to be in for Chewy here, dominating Khavin.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Upon the pond arrives a sailboat. And it's the one that could whisk Chewy right out of this one. What a dirty 1-2 punch this could be. Open ender on the turn. No shortage of perspiration.
I'm Warden.
11
out,
outs.
brother.
A wrap at the back door. Is anybody home?
Bring the 3 of hearts.
Show him what the ace of diamonds looks like.
Can Chewy haul it in? No, he
Good game,
can't.
guys. Good game. Good luck.
It's fun playing with you, man.
And
Yeah,
this, admittedly, was not what we expected to see across hours of play, it would seem. Was heads up, lacking the presence of Andrew Lichtenberger. Showered in third, 94-5 going home with him as he leaves behind Khavin and Grice to square off heads up for the title in event number 8. This was improbable. And Ben Grice hoping to pull off something similarly improbable as he will take 8 bigs into battle versus 35. Over $7 million for Filipp Khavin. 136,500 on lockup. First, it was Jeremy Becker. Short-lived stint, short stack coming in, out in 6th. And then it was Big Brisket himself, Darren Elias, out in 5th. A path-clearing departure without question. 52.5 the haul for him. $70,000 would then be stuffed into the back pocket of Nick Seward. His departure in 4th, and then of course, after some time, and most recently, we observe a goodbye and a farewell from, dare we call him, unlucky Chewy on this occasion. Lichtenberger, 3rd place honors, 94.5. And with that, at long last, event 8 is down to heads up, Brent.
Lichtenberger did nothing wrong. He played great poker. And part of the, well, I think beauty of the game is variance, baby. The ups, the downs, the swings. No matter how good you are at this game, you're going to lose from time to time. Now it's up to Ben Grice.
And so I have a fighting chance.
It's going to depend on
First, our chip leader, Filipp Khavin. And for Filipp Khavin, if he wins, he will be the leader on the quest for the PokerGO Cup.
Heads up record, 7-6, and those statistics can be a little bit deceptive because consider that Khavin is coming into this one with such a huge chip lead.
One, so you can let me win one.
Second will be
4-2, of course, Ben Grice before him. Both winners when they get down to this end of a tournament, but I would imagine those 4 victories not often tethered to a chip disparity like the one that Ben suffers from here.
-3.
What a golden opportunity.
Yeah, you feel like it's so close, right? If you're having it's.
I mean,
it's
event 2 winner.
Yeah.
All the points and the overall lead with 2 events left in the quest for the cup, which of course comes with a $25,000 PGT passport package.
Yes. Grice just calls. I thought maybe he'd get after it. Given how few blinds there are in play, 1 double up for Grice, and it is essentially an even match.
Well, he sat here with the better of the 8 highs. He's found a gutter, but he's up against a diamond draw, and these are significant commitments that we're making in terms of these barrels. 200K gets piled on, and I don't think there's any decision-making time needed as
just had to have it.
Snap fold from Grice. There it is officially.
Yep. Oh, so close to being on top of that leaderboard.
No doubt. That is a thought on his mind right now. Deuce 4 off, not on his mind though. When you realize that your opponent's not taking 100% button open strategy, or at least limp at a minimum, if you're Grice, you know it's going to make things even more difficult, potentially. You could look at it the other way, where at least I'm not being attacked every single hand, but you're also not really going to get opportunities versus the full range.
No, you're not. Got to get these chips in the middle in a hurry.
10-4 suited. Heads up poker. These are playable. And
oh, wow.
He bins it.
Really surprised.
Pair.
Really?
Yeah.
Deuces.
Smart fold, though. He was walking into the nuts.
I don't know about that. Haven't touched on it officially, but $74,000 separate second from first. That is a very healthy sum.
Oh.
Big fold.
10 seconds.
Can't believe you fold that.
All right.
10 seconds.
We're getting some premiums.
Not quite.
I had
7
premiums
deuce off
when,
and 8-3 off.
he asked me what I ate for breakfast.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's when I was on a rush. Well, I mean, they made Broadway against you.
If I recall correctly, the breakfast menu included 4 eggs.
All on.
Brent,
You know, I don't know if there was an egg count.
I believe that can also be referred to as the hen house.
Mozzarella and cheese, the
Yeah.
hen house, ham, a lot of butter.
I've never eaten 4 eggs in one sitting in my life.
What? 4 eggs isn't a lot.
Eggs are rich.
When you get
dude.
when you make some scrambled, how many?
Couple of eggs. I'm
2?
good, man. Yeah.
That's like a forkful.
What do you use? Quail eggs? This is a proper egg.
Yeah.
You on that single egg?
When I'm making eggs
multi-egg
on the weekends for my,
Great.
I mean, I'm popping 6 of them in there for
Yeah,
2
but
of
that's
the
for the
boys to
fam.
split. No, it's for 2 of them.
Okay. So
I
that's
might
3
have a
eggs
couple
apiece for a
bites.
growing boy.
Yeah.
You know.
10 seconds.
I'm just telling you, 4
All right.
eggs is, you know, you're stepping up to some real artery clogging situations potentially. He looks fit though.
10 seconds.
Not so fit. Another 7 deuce offsuit on the button though.
All right, this is the one.
Yeah, I feel
Got to
this is
be the one here, Grice. Down to 4 bigs. Just needs to get it in. I don't
is
think
the
he has a
one.
choice. He's probably just got to go with it. Maybe go blind. He's got half a stack in there.
Hold on.
6-7 offsuit
Oh,
gonna
man.
give Grice a whirl. 10-6 is dominating. And he's not gonna wait any longer. Digs in. Great spot to find himself in. You see Khavin taking a seat immediately. Not particularly optimistic about this one.
He was hoping he was live, but he's dominated.
It's a good outcome.
Whoa.
Wow.
10-8-5
Not a bad
open
one.
ender versus
That's
top
not a
pair.
bad one.
Hold your breath.
Sweat against you.
Let's go, Warden.
No, 9 or 4. No, 9 or 4.
Nice. Huh?
No 9, no 4. Instead a third
6-25.
10, and Grice survives.
He's back. Got to get one more. Secure one more double up, and then you're feeling really good.
You know, I confess, typically I build a lot more drama in that particular situation, but the order of the day has just led me to presume that no one ever gets eliminated.
No, we're going to be here for a couple of days till this is over. Yeah.
Suited king.
One.
It's a qualifier.
There it is.
And yet again, 7 deuce off.
We're getting this in a lot now.
Says hello.
7 deuce.
That's big. Back to call it 10 big blinds for Grice.
Call.
Five, 6 suited. Played as a limp. King 7 off. Knuckles back. Now it's an open ender. If you're Grice, you don't want to see a 7. King high will do just fine for now, provided it hunts a turn, which seems unlikely in the face of 250, but let's see. He does call. And now the pair of 5s on the turn, putting Khavin in front, giving Grice a gutter. Goes check, check, and does so promptly. River is no help for Grice. Cheap showdown will be what he hunts, I would imagine, with a hand like King High, hoping that it was just a stab out of Khavin, and instead he's reaching for chips, Brent.
Now, maybe a little posturing. We saw him in these weird spots earlier against Chewy. He bet very small with King High. There is the elongated check. And now up to Khavin. If I bet, what is calling me? What am I targeting? Stubborn King High, Ace High type holdings? We might just rule out Ace High given the pre-flop action. So if we're betting, I think we're targeting a 3.
600.
And then the stubborn varieties of which we can see are being King High.
Remember, this one was limped pre on the button, and you don't expect a 4 to have checked back on the turn. Given the backdoor hard arrival and coordination of the flop, you also don't expect the 3 to be betting, and for that matter, you might be asking yourself if a 5 would be willing to barrel. So if Grice thinks the story doesn't check out, you could see a world in which he gets curious for 600. But ultimately does settle on the right decision. Felt reluctant, but it was correct.
It's a nice bet by Khavin. He knew it was good.
He really hasn't pressed on the day.
Steady, just steady.
Never had any quit in him.
Yeah.
You know, just picked his spots wisely. And I'm not trying to ride the broom. He's not out of the woods yet. Grice has proven he will not go quietly. But regardless of outcome, I think obviously some acknowledgement of his talents is in order. Meanwhile, an all-in ordered up by Grice. Non-compliant is the 4 deuce off. Does feel very much like we're waiting for the deck to decide things here. Did you clock the brand of the sunglasses, by the way?
Right here?
Shady Rays.
No. I love it.
I like it.
Ooh, baby. I've been pretty good at beating that hand today, though.
King, queen.
Yeah.
Is most definitely ready there. Brunson on the button. Wasn't interested.
Wasn't that King Jack though?
Hmm?
It was King Jack.
Well, no, I got an ace 10 against King Queen twice and won.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The aces.
Ace has been holding strong.
Salad in. Wow, 4 deuce again.
Raise and take for the ace. As this merry-go-round keeps spinning. And so far, it's failed to throw Grice off.
Call.
8-7 off. Limping.
All in.
Baby suited ace jamming. And again, we trade blows.
Yeah, this is really nice for Grice. Chipping up, 12 bigs. so much volatility in heads up. Flip of a coin. You're a hand away from essentially being the chip leader if you're Grice. If I'm having, I'm feeling a little bit frustrated, thinking, oh my gosh, why can't I end this thing?
Listen, you're still up against just 12 bigs. Queen deuce off here for Grice.
Time extended.
And now he feels like he's got enough depth to maybe try to play post in position here. Flicks in a flat. King 4 off, check back. Top pair versus bottom pair. Both players with a piece. Tough to flop a pair. It's a lot of hand heads up. Not so worried about any ace fives. Grice testing Khavin, and he's going to check raise. Second time that Grice has been confronted with this.
Wow, that's a really
response.
nice just out quick.
I think he's kind of settled on the idea that Khavin has it when making moves like that. Miranda in the chat writes simply, tight players. And I think that's a very befitting assessment of, for the most part, what we've observed out of these two.
Hold on.
And consider that it was that approach that got them here. And the 10-8 offsuit gets Khavin jamming. I confess, with Grice's depth now, the 10-8 off as a jam catches me a little bit off guard.
All in.
5-6 suited now rips it. 6-4 off, can't comply. This has been a real tennis match. Back and forth goes the puck as each player snacks on the other, but the final blow yet to be dealt. Meanwhile, deal yourself in online with Play Poker Go, where you can grind ring games and run deep in tourneys. No deposits, bots, or gimmicks, just pure authentic poker and special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
Teeter-totter affair.
10-9 off now. A qualifier once more for Khavin.
I like it. You do it the efficient way. You just keep them there. I don't have to do anything. It's great. You tricked me once. You didn't do it. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Only Daddy talks that way, Emmeline. I suppose your inbox is going to get a couple of messages over that one.
No, I don't think. It's usually not the
It's
players.
more Becker.
That, yeah.
Yeah, in the booth.
It's us in the booth.
Okay.
You know. And to be fair,
Qualified.
Ollie, I don't. You know, you and I have never.
The FA qualifier.
Not never.
Not that I've seen too many complaints.
Oh, right.
Wow.
Because they don't bother to wait for email. They just kind of, in the chat, lay it on.
Yeah, just pile it on.
Quick
thick.
and easy, you know. A tweet.
Qualifier.
Ooh.
Hey, Trey. Would have been cooked. Never a qualifier. Right, Grice would have liked that double. Put him up to 3.2. Really does feel like kind of the hump, if you will, that Grice needs to clear right now. 8 bigs, so different than the 16 he'd have if he could find the double through. Pocket threes. Jam declared ace tray.
Wow.
Great spot
Larry
here for
Legend
Grice. The call
from
is
Indiana.
declared, and Khavin
33.
is a 2-to-1 dog.
The Indiana legend.
Larry
Feels
Bird.
like it's always a wheel.
Larry Bird.
You heard Khavin say, I feel like it's always a wheel. Well, the easiest path to travel to wrestle the lead away and really dispirit Grice is to find an ace, but none available on a Jack 9-8 board.
8. We'll take an 8.
3.4 million chip.
Let's take an 8. All right.
7 on the turn.
Man.
Clubs do the trick.
10. Ace.
10 is a chop. Club or an ace for the victory.
Hold
25% equity. Can Khavin close it out? Yes, he can.
Wow.
Good penalty.
It feels unjust if you're in Ben Grice's camp, and you won't fault anyone for that emotional response to that river. But the sun shines down on Filipp Khavin. Washing down $210,000 with a cold brew as a cold finish for Ben Grice, along with $136,500 in the respect of all those who observed him out here today, is what he'll take home.
It's an outstanding run for Grice, truly is, but the moment belongs to Khavin. Wins event 8, Ali, and now he is on top of the PokerGO Cup leaderboard.
And on top of the moon, somewhere in St. Petersburg, Grise and Emmeline, his wife and daughter, who've been with us throughout in the chat, no doubt elated to see Papa get it done, especially considering how tumultuous the affair proved to be for all those who were involved. Tours of Duty is the chip leader and the short stack for each of the final 3. But in the end,
let's fucking go.
Let's go, he says. 13 points clear of Brock Wilson as the two of them emerge the favorites to claim the overall cup with just 2 events remaining. And with that, we conclude yet another edition of the 2026 PokerGO Cup. Certainly hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Make sure to come back and see us again tomorrow, 1 o'clock Pacific time, for the final table of event number 9. But until then, on behalf of the entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner in the booth, Brent Hanks, this is Ali Najad saying so long, and we'll see you tomorrow with another chapter in the 2026 PokerGO Cup. See ya!